Why don't you know, Jace? It's your job to know.
Because I
You're
don't watch the
supposed to know
stream the
stuff.
way other people can watch the stream.
Well,
That's also why you didn't know you were so quiet for like 3 streams.
Yeah. Well, I found out I was quiet, but I didn't know why, and then I just decided, you know what, I'm going to try to fix this, and I found out why.
so what you're saying is you effed around and you found out.
I was too lazy to F around and find out, and then I wasn't too lazy to F around and found out, and then I found out.
Well, yeah, I wanna.
Man, I feel like we haven't played since last year.
That's because we haven't. We've been missing so many sessions recently
Ugh.
that somehow we managed to take a 6-month long campaign and turn it into 3 years.
Of course.
Uh, well, that's a joke, by the way. It's like no one ever, or at least I can't speak for Volred, but no one else here who regularly plays with my games thought we were getting through this in like less than 2 or 3 years.
Wait,
I'm
is it
pretty
going to be
sure.
3 years this year?
Yes, once we get to...
In October.
Yeah,
I think it was end of October.
we didn't start in October, I don't think.
I thought it was like
June.
Here.
Yeah, it was mid-year, not October.
June?
It's June.
October is when our first campaign
You-
started.
Well, I was trying to remember because I think it was we were at was it A Fest when we decided to do this, so it was some months after A Fest. Anyway, that doesn't really matter. Hey guys, welcome back to our now Tuesday Dungeons and Dragons game because we're back to Tuesdays. Of course. In the Black Tower Stories, Adventures in Athoria, with these, my wonderful peeps, the Silver Knights of the Mythal. And then we got, Rab, Volred. We have Izal, played by Jace, and Caleb, played by Kilmo, because he always has to do a K. And Yandre is, Ari over there. He's leaning into the rogue levels at the present moment.
I'm also eating food, and I don't give that away for free. You can sign up for other stuff like ASMR from my other channel. But right now, we're gonna keep it light.
Do you
I'm
have
gonna
another
eat.
channel? Oh,
I have my own channel, but I don't actually do ASMR. But maybe I should.
that's a good question. What if we did a Dungeons and Dragons ASMR? So it's like 4 hours of like rolling dice.
I don't like that.
Yeah.
I was thinking more OnlyFans.
Well,
Listen, you don't have to do anything risky to have OnlyFans.
we did recently find out that Volred's ass went on a vacation, so I guess that works out.
His ass did go on vacation.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, according to my, out of character, Rab, my Google Maps said that I took a random trip to San Francisco from Texas for a grand total of 5 hours. And the photo that it said of me at Golden Gate Park was a picture of Volred with a big fat ass.
Thick Volred.
Yeah, and that was our joke, that Volred's ass decided to go on vacation. Alright guys, now that we've done all the banter, I mean, you guys, that's a little taste of what is basically like 15 to 30 minutes before stream. It's just great.
It tastes
So
of
that-
Volred's ass.
Tasteful.
Yeah, anyway. So, when last we met off with your group, you guys had departed the Valley of the Fates after visiting Caleb's dad, Eckert of Osric, also known as Elden Voss. You guys teleported to Master Falarion's study without any forewarning, and then proceeded to try and get some shopping in, go and try and speak with Godwin, but then forgetting that you told him to GTFO and didn't give him the all clear, so he was still like in DEFCON 4 mode. But all of that's been resolved. And then you guys kind of spent the rest of the day just trying to chill a little bit. Izal and Caleb went shopping and were looking for various kind of magic items while you awaited to hear back from Godwin as to whether or not he could obtain a magic item from a broker he knows that would allow you guys to plane shift. So you guys are trying to solve that problem. So presently, that would mean, if I can find my pen, you guys are waking up on the morning of the 29th day of the first seed, which also means I believe we're, what, like a week out from Wolperna?
I thought it was 45 days this season.
Oh no, I'm talking about Izal's.
I'm the 18th day of the second seed.
You're talking about an Azal moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If we don't kill her first.
Yeah.
Big
Well,
F.
technically, you guys don't even know for sure that he's any kind of lycanthrope. I could just be stringing you guys along.
I
Could be.
assume I have a lycanthrope. I could just wind up having a headache that day. Like, man. this
That's
is some-
true. Although Izal, or you guys were warned that Izal would start feeling odd and having bizarre visions a couple days before the actual change would take place. But, you know, depending on how stuff syncs up, you know, could be just kind of cast aside. So, you guys have got a chance to receive a long rest. And what is it you guys would like to accomplish
I gotta heal
while
up.
you await?
I gotta heal up for the 9 points of damage I took from minute meteors real quick. Hold on.
I won't sleep.
Good call.
Yeah.
You tried it one time and
Tried it
you had
twice.
some mixed results.
I got yelled at.
I think it was the same results twice.
Now you know how Caleb feels.
Listen, to be scientific, you gotta try it at least twice.
Scientific method. It electrocuted me. But what if I did it again? Ah, yes, again. Alright, do we wake up to the sounds of screaming horror?
You do not wake up to the sounds of screaming horror. You do, however, kind of wake up to the sound of what sounds like garden shears outside your house. You can kind of notice that the next door neighbor has come for what appears to be a visit to change out some shrubs, do some general landscaping. The whole place is starting to look pretty nice. Since, you know, Volred has given her the okay to beautify your yard and make it look less schleppy and more lived in.
You mean make it look fantastic?
Yes, although if
Fabulous.
I recall correctly, your only rule was she couldn't touch the rock garden in the front yard. Which is literally just boulders sitting out in the front yard, arranged in some kind of a pattern.
Listen, when you're dealing with
Very
serpents, you need to make sure that there's boundaries, whether or not you agree with them or not. You're setting a power dynamic.
Yeah. More noble tips from Volred. How to be a noble, 101.
Yeah, you always
Yell
have
at
to be
people,
reminding
call
them
them-
of power.
Yeah, remind people of power, call them inept, and just assume you're better than them.
Oh, the assume you're better than them, you don't even have to say that. That's just an underlying like knowledge concept. We don't vocalize that.
Because if you have to say it, it takes away the point.
Yeah, any man who must shout, "I am the king," is no true king.
Game of Thrones.
I feel like y'all get me now.
It's been 2 years.
I don't think anyone really gets Volred. Not even you.
Damn, call me out.
Hey, just shout out this stereotype. It's probably true.
Yeah, so I assume, I know that Caleb completed his shopping and came home with a bag with one item. What about you, Izal? Did you complete your shopping?
I don't know. Probably not.
I DM'd you a
Well,
list of shit.
I have to mute my stuff or else it goes off during the stream. And then you hear it during the stream.
Okay, well, sorry, I should have pinged you. But yes, I replied.
I will be in a moment.
So, yes, I would assume you did complete it. You just, you're waiting for your packages to arrive.
Mm-hmm.
In, whatever ye old medieval version of Amazon is. So,
12 to 14 business days.
It's still called Amazon.
Except it's Amazonian woman.
oh, instead of Google, it's Flugel, and he's just like this weird bard guy with a feather in his cap. Hi, my name's Flugel.
He just knows stuff. You just gotta ask him anything. He'll just tell you.
I've been around, and I know things.
He'll
I
tell
have
you-
a talking book that tells you all the secrets of the universe.
He'll tell you cliff notes, but then he'll tell you which stores you can go to actually get the information from. But he won't ever pay them for it. He'll just know it.
Of course.
Yeah, I should do something like that, like a magical item that you guys find that if you feed it money, it will answer questions for you and tell you about shit.
I think there's this cleric spell that basically does that.
Yep.
Anyway, so here in kind of the mid-morning, there is kind of a rap tapping on the door as a messenger drops off a letter for Volred. And then departs. And let's see, that would be Izal. You will also get a response later that morning from Godwin. Hello, I just wanted to let you know, I spoke to my broker friend. We're trying to settle on a price for the item. The seller seems unwilling to part with it. I'll let you know when there's updates.
I'll open my letter.
Thank you, Godwin. I'll tell everyone else to listen for you whenever you get the chance.
Okay. As you crack open the seal, flip the letter open, it is a notice from you, from a local warehouse and shipping company in the city, asking you to kindly head down to the harbor and pick up your shipment of animals that arrived via sea carrier from the Free Cities. And they kind of warn you, if you don't pick it up within 3 days, they're going to sell the animals to cover the cost of stabling.
Great. So
You have until Monday to pick up your prescription from pharmacy.
I'll go to Azal.
Okay.
Azal,
What's up?
I have notification that the animals are here. Will you go finally collect them?
Hell yeah.
Thank you.
I grab some stuff and I go, wait,
They're at the harbor.
okay. I was going to run through the town, not know where they're at.
But I mean, wouldn't you figure they're at the harbor?
Yeah, you would think that's where I would go, but I might just go the wrong direction.
Well, I'm
Or
glad
she
you-
might just go to the Wayfarers Union and take a teleport to the Free Cities.
I don't know where I'm going.
Well, I'm glad, even though common sense should prevail, communication is sometimes better.
Thank you. All right, I'll be back.
And Volred's thinking, now that I've delegated this task, I can just sit.
Congratulations.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. And it's yeah, that you can find in Volred's Guide to Nobility, version 102.
I need to make
It's
a rule
called Delegation.
Rulebook, Rule 2.1. If you don't have to do it yourself, don't.
Just don't.
Yeah. That's one of the notes I made in my campaign notes, is to write some kind of a reference doc that's hey, here's how you can RP nobles, for my own reference or for players who may need it. So,
Well, I'm
something I
glad
need to
I've
do.
given you all this content for free.
Yeah, maybe I'll put you in the forward. I'll have you either write a forward or I'll just give you a footnote.
What's
It'll
your
be down there
Venmo?
somewhere.
That's your request.
Yeah, somewhere next to like Arthur's mom quotes.
Okay, we need that too.
Yeah, they'll just be like a little side bubble somewhere that'll just have like a picture on it said, "This bitch be crazy." That's not how you do this. Okay. Caleb, what about you?
After my shopping, I'm good to go.
Yeah, because you're borderline broke now.
Yes, I am broke again.
Well, you're not broke. I left you with some money.
Yes,
Just
but
not a lot of it.
but yeah. So he will be in his room reading, and he's going to start transcribing some spells into a spell book that he's had. He's just
Okay.
unsure as to what he's going to be getting yet. So that's what I'm going to be going through right now. Just so you know.
All right. And then you, Yandre?
Actually, I had a question. When I
Okay.
last contacted the Feywild, what was the turnaround time frame that I could expect to get information there?
So, like, when you, like, sent a mail,
yeah, when I sent the letter.
with the contacts that you were sending things over, usually within a couple days.
Okay. So during this time, while we're waiting for things to be confirmed, Yandre is going to send another letter, which I'll type up and send to you here in just a second.
Okay. Gonna be drafting some shizzle.
Just a quick one.
Okey-dokey. All right. Let's see them. So, Izal, you make your way down to the port, to the ascribed warehouse and shipping company, handing over the letter that Volred gave you as proof. They take you to a back kind of stable section where the animals that were just kind of set up and are just kind of waiting there. All the animals appear to be present, and at least from what you can tell, in good health. But then, like, one of the kind of warehouse workers just kind of showing you back there, just kind of looking at you, going, "You think you're going to be okay carrying all these animals? Or, I mean, we can have them delivered someplace. It just, I mean, you look pretty stout. It's just," and he kind of points over to Murder. It's like, she's very opinionated and doesn't like to move.
Oh, I know that one's mine. That's Murder.
Kind of looks over to you. Right. Okay, but once you sign the paperwork saying you're picking it up, any issues that happen from the time you take them are your responsibility. So we won't be held responsible if the beasts break free and do damage, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Rule 3 of nobility: don't sign off on terms ever.
You have someone sign that for you. All right. I want to go before I sign off. I want to inspect to make sure they're all there, all kumquat and Megan the Stallion and Murder, and I have no idea what Caleb's horse's name was.
Ghost, I think.
Ghost? Ah, that's why it's a normal name. Make sure they're all okay. Make sure Murder's not super pissed.
Murder, like, pretty pissed. As you kind of come, you see her go,
Oh, come on. I would have been there sooner if...
He starts stamping the feet a little bit.
What do I have on me?
You ate all the ADAC meat.
I got... I have 9 pounds of beef in here and 10 pounds of lamb. Holy shit. Yeah, we don't have no Adek meat here. I'm going to take this potion of animal friendship and drink it.
Okay, all right.
And then I'm going to cast animal friendship.
Okay.
Animal friendship. What's that do? It is a wisdom save 13.
Yeah, it's slow. But yeah, wisdom save.
Yeah.
And murder's got a +1.
So wise.
Not me delegating when I have these specialties with animal handling now.
Yep, and the intelligence is less than 4, despite the fact she has opinions.
Look, you don't have to be smart to have opinions. Proof of that. Alright, Murder, if you just calm down, we'll work our way back to the home and we'll get you set up, we'll get you plenty of food. But I need your help to get all the rest of them there too. Because it's just me.
Okay, so you're gonna ask. Sorry, do I need to roll the save for murder, or are you gonna do it?
I will do it.
Yeah,
I'll go to my
I just didn't want to
extras.
usurp your cow's role if you really wanted to do it. Because you've been reunited. don't wanna be a third
She's
wheel.
stubborn too. She rolled a 15.
You're like, oh yeah, come on. And so, go eating.
Fine. I mean, we could just leave you here on the boat, on the storage, and then they'll just get rid of you some other way. Or you can come home and we could eat a bunch of food. That's kind of...
Roll me a handle animal. There's an animal handler. It's supposed to be in this frickin' edition. No one ever used it. Animal handler.
Alright. 13.
You try and you coax her. She just kind of reaches back and hind kicks the trough and kind of breaks it in. The warehouse guy kind of comes back and it's like looking down. It's like, you okay?
It's the wind. Come on, Murder. We have to get home. They're going to yell at us and take the other horses. You know, I'm going to go sign the paperwork, give you some time to calm down, and then I'll come back and we'll leave.
Okay. As soon as you turn your back, she goes to try and gore you.
Attack of opportunity. Ah, shit.
But no, that's a 16 to hit.
Ah.
So yeah, you turn around and like there, you get just a little bit of the tip, and just kind of she hits you, but not enough to do any damage, but definitely enough to let you know.
Just the tip.
We're going to have a conversation here in a moment, Murder, and then we'll see what happens. I go sign off on the...
And okay, you go sign off on the paperwork.
Yeah, this isn't going to improve anymore, so like, alright. I'll keep trying to animal use, because the potion lets me cast it at will.
You sign the paperwork and stuff, and then come back and coax a little bit, and then after some promises, some very lavish promises, and restitution being made, Murder goes, and then the horses are kind of like lining up and waiting to be let out.
Alright, I give Murder a chunk of frozen lamb that she can just chew on.
Okay. And Yeah, and then bizarrely enough, everyone along the road stares in astonishment how these horses follow you while also being trailed by a giant aurochs. And anytime one of the horses starts to stray, you just hear, and the horse gets them back in line. This parade of individuals, before they manage to make it all the way back to your small little barn shed in the back of your house.
Okay. Wait here. I go inside. Hey guys!
Okay.
The horses are here.
Great.
What are you gonna do with them?
Mm.
So do we just leave them here?
I mean, we could pay to have someone like take care of them while we're not using them.
How much does that normally cost?
Not very much.
You can supplement the cost by listing them on Toro. Or rent out your horses. People who need them.
It's like Uber. I don't know how much it costs. We'll have to ask a farrier for that or something. I don't know. But they make horses.
How are the horses?
They seem healthy.
That's nice.
I gotta go find something for murder because I made promises to her and she's gonna keep me to it. So I'm gonna go down to the market real quick and find a treat.
Can you pick up other things for the other horses as well?
I don't know what the other horse is like.
Food. Right?
I mean, yeah. Alright, I'll go get some horse food.
Thank you.
And you find one pretty easy. There's a stable not too far from here near the Daring Dragon. They kind of quote you a price up to you. You can pay 5 silver a day to stable, or they can sell you feed at like 5 copper a day per horse.
That one. For right now.
Okay, so that's basically 2 silver per day to get all the animals fed.
Okay. I'm gonna try to pay some up front because I'm not gonna remember shit. I'll go 30 times 2 is 60. 30 days.
Cool. And basically, you set up a delivery schedule to where someone nearby is just going to deliver the wagons kind of every couple days to do the feeding, so that way you don't get it all in one shipment.
Yeah.
But that all gets worked out, and the animals get taken care of.
I'm going to look for I'm going to get like a big basket of like fruit, apples, other kinds of fruit things. Just treats for them.
Okay.
Mostly for murder, because she's going to be pissed if I don't.
Mm-hmm.
Well, as Zal's doing that, I will go out and take a look at the horses.
Come on.
Okay. The horses are there. They appear well cared for. They've been reshoed, and all in all, in good condition. They seem to have almost forgotten who you are, though. Except murder, you feel a vengeful energy coming off of her.
I will approach Murder, and I will say, "Hello again, Murder. How did the fine people of Kyosa treat you?"
Wait, can you talk with animals?
Okay,
So I
so
was trying to remember, because you have some kind of an ability like that.
So it just says, and I took the notes, the Brew of Wild Empathy helps me with animals, give me instinct and permanent advantage on animal handling and nature checks. So I don't know if...
Okay, so you
talking
can't
to them-
speak to them, but you do have kind of a natural aptitude to kind of help them a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, so you're going to spend some time with Murder. Go ahead and roll that animal handling check.
$17.
Okay. Murder's kind of sitting there. See, almost as if she's trying to ignore you, but kind of glances at you every once in a while. And then she goes,
Oh. That didn't sound like the happiest of Grunt. Well, I sense that you're feeling a little down. Is it because...
So you're just kind of nuzzle up against the pole.
Yeah,
the barn
trying
a
to
little bit.
comfort. Yeah, so I said what I just said.
Yeah. And so I guess Azal comes back with Murder in a happier mood. That almost kind of immediately sours a little bit when she returns.
And I will tell Azal, Murder does not seem very happy about your presence.
Yeah, we kind of left them all up in Kyosa for way too long.
Sure, but look at the condition of them. They were obviously well kept. Is that an insult to my people?
No, they just had no attention.
Well, if they didn't have attention, why have they been groomed so meticulously and have new hoofs?
Murder probably requires something more.
And you decided to leave Murder with that knowledge?
I didn't have a choice.
To be honest, we all forgot about them.
Well, I didn't want to bring them to Kyosa.
Well, I didn't want my family to be all betrayed.
I don't think that's even, but I'll take it.
Sure. I'm just trying to communicate the needs of Murder.
I'm not very good at communicating with her. I mean, I haven't done it in a while. Can you see, what type of... if she prefers certain food? Because she's eaten basically anything.
Well, I can't necessarily physically communicate with words, but with some luck, hopefully I can answer that question.
Okay, well, I got a whole bunch of fruit here. And some vegetables.
Well, if we're going to be fine about this, we need to lay it out on a board and offer it to her in a charcuterie.
It's gonna need a big board. Alright, go find the board.
Okay. And through some trial and error, you guys discover Murder is partial to carrots and cabbages. More so with the cabbages, she likes to put the whole cabbage in her mouth and kind of squish it all at once like a gusher.
Not gonna lie, that sounds pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Texture. So I will communicate that to Azal.
Alright. Prefers carrots and cabbages.
And I will comfort Murder again and just kind of, pat her and say, listen, I know you just saw us, but there will be times that we'll need to leave you again. It is not due to our feelings about you, but there's work to be done, and the conditions are not necessarily safe for your presence. I hope you understand. we're going to try to make sure the food is to your liking while we're away.
Whoa.
Great talk. Then I'm going to walk over to Kumquat, stop for a moment, and just say, set, and walk off.
No, kind of like kind of throws the hair back.
And I go inside.
I feed the animals.
Okay. Yep. All right. So, anything else you guys were attempting to do?
I will head back out once my orders are finished and go pick them up.
Okay. So, head back out that way, pick up your orders that you put in, shell out lots of money, and you now have some new items for your inventory.
Alright, I just finish going through the spells that I want to add to my list. And I subtract the gold.
Okay, so you're adding spellbook stuff. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Volred. It's like, for whatever reason, like my camera, I can't really like zoom out or anything. So by the time you crop me, I'm like,
Don't know what you're talking about.
you're just playing with your lift desk.
He does that.
It's been a while.
It's been a while.
Been a while.
Would. Gotta remove all this money from my inventory.
But look at it this way: you'll be removing a lot of weight.
Oh, I had no problem with weight. I had a bag of holding for that.
While we're doing nothing, I'm going to go talk to Yandere.
Okay.
Where would Yandere be?
Probably in Yandre's room.
I just got done writing a letter, so I
So-
would be in my own facility.
I will walk up and tap on the door.
Yes?
Hi, Yandere, it's full red. May I come in?
Sure.
I wait as if to expect there to be like a couple moments of furniture movement.
You actually don't hear any.
So after like 5-ish seconds, I'll just kind of wiggle the handle and then like wait for another like 3 to 4 seconds. And then I'll open the door and enter.
Yes?
Yandere, I wanted to chat for a moment.
It's very unusual for you.
Fair enough. May I come in and sit?
Sure.
So I'll take a seat adjacent to Yandere and just say, I feel like in recent times there's been mistakes made on my behalf, and though I have a level of trust in you in terms of safety and combat, you've always been there to protect as much as I have. I want to make sure that before we go on this next trip to the Feywild, we iron out some of the other, well, issues that we may still have present.
And what issues may those be?
Well, I mean, there's been some trust issues as of late. In my perturbed state of mind in the Fae, I attempted to breach your mind, which we've both had a chat about, And then, even more recently, I feel like there was some hesitance for you to believe me upon my first vision of the Pumpkin King. Well, not the Pumpkin King, but the hunt as it appeared. And I wanted to make fully sure that we had no open issues or talking points before we progressed.
Why did you feel the need to peer into my mind specifically?
Well, when it first occurred, I didn't necessarily know what was happening, to be honest. It wasn't something I anticipated, and when I was under the influence, there was a state of ego that thought I might be able to uncover additional information that could help you and us via these connections with the Feywild.
And you didn't think to inform me of this?
Well, to be honest, communication has been hard at times, though, again, I will say when it comes to matters of safety and protection, I trust you. But since we met early on, there have been numerous times where I've attempted to ask you questions, but seem to get a wall of sorts or responses that offer additional questions on your behalf that I'm not able to answer. There's a barrier of sorts.
The only barrier is you weren't asking direct questions. You were asking open-ended questions, and I gave you the answers that were deserved.
Okay, but either way, after time of not being able to fully get responses back, I just kind of stopped believing that asking questions would be meaningful.
So at that point, you took the liberty of just delving on your own.
Well, no, again, I was in a state of enlightenment. Again, it wasn't my forethought to dive into your mind in terms of trying to be unmoral. Rather, at that time, I didn't think you would allow me the opportunity even if I asked, after feeling shut down at previous communications.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How often do you find yourself in these states of enlightenment? Because, quite frankly, in my short travels with you, I've heard multiple opportunities in which you have found yourself inebriated or under some form of influence, and that poses a greater risk to protection than anything that I do when I don't answer questions.
That's a fair point.
So are you going to be a bigger risk to this venture than just asking questions? And that's not to say that you aren't efficient. That's not to say that you aren't someone who can achieve great things. I'm just concerned that if you find yourself enlightened again, you're going to make decisions that are going to put us all at risk.
There's been few moments where I felt that full term of enlightenment. One of them being in the Feywild, when your friend gave me this certain substance, I forget what it is, in combination with the feeling of communicating to the Fey, there was a sense of I don't know, godliness in a way, where that I didn't feel like I was necessarily in me, and that I had all these different vantage points. So that would be to the only time of feeling truly enlightened.
So this isn't a common occurrence with you?
No, but I will admit there have been times that I've been known to deal with my issues via substances.
Well, as you mentioned before, there was definitely some hesitancy with everyone providing specific information, but that's just because in the nature of the land that I grew up in, information is quite literally power. And to be fair, I haven't known you all that long. You play dumb, you get a lot of information from other people, not necessarily willing to give all of that up now. But that was before you guys went with me to the Feywild.
That's fair. I'm glad you brought that up because when we did have a conversation recently, you were able to be much more direct. There was a sense that I don't want to say that you're putting up a persona, but when the cards were on the table, you were able to articulate exactly what I needed to hear. And I just want to make sure that moving forward, we can be more on that level as opposed to me asking questions. And while I understand maybe I'm not asking the right questions, I feel, though, a sense of an unwillingness to help me figure out what I need to ask, if that makes sense.
Somewhat. I will say that it was a lot easier to just be stupid around your group. Say some dumb things, allow people to just think whatever they wanted to think, and they just said whatever they wanted to say. When you deal with information and you deal with having to hide a lot of actions and repercussions, it's easier to put up a persona or a facade. Which unfortunately is what you guys were forced to deal with. But it got me a place to stay. It got me information on the mausoleum. It got me some location and information. And again, it's just easier to be that person than it is to be blunt or curt with people and get the information that you need.
That's fair, and I might not necessarily have gone through what you've been through, but being somewhat of a part of a noble family, I can understand the aspect of needing to put on a mask of some kind and not always being forthcoming. But since I've been away from that need, my desire to be more direct has been heightened. So I understand. It makes sense.
And should you feel the need to use your abilities again, I would appreciate it that you just talk to me.
That's fair. I will take responsibility for the previous actions and will remember this conversation. And should you need to continue this persona around others, I'll understand what you're doing and why. But if we find ourselves in one-on-one communication, I just ask you to be direct as possible, as I've been causing problems for you, and I would not like to continue doing that.
I could do that.
Okay.
Forward. There's actually one other question that I've been meaning to ask you.
Shoot.
How did you die?
Well, we were going up against a sorceress. She was appearing to be trying to summon a gravitas of undead to play out some sort of plan. I don't understand exactly what. I had disguised myself as one of her lieutenants of sorts and was collecting information while the rest of the party was catching up to our location. And I took an opportunity before the team arrived to shoot my shot. And it did not play out well. She was able to perform a great deal of damage to me before the team was mobilized. And ultimately in the fight, she turned me into, well, she killed me and turned me into undead for a brief moment of time, which then the rest of the party had to deal with. And from there, the battle was a stalemate. She escaped. Do you remember when we recently went to collect that item to stop an undead resurgence?
Yes.
It was the same sorceress. Though we didn't fight her this time around, which I don't mind, because she killed me, and that doesn't feel great. We still foiled her plot, so it's unknown whether she will attempt to do something like this again, but if I were to make a bet, I would assume so. But unless I'm directly involved further down the road, I'm going to see that that's not a problem for my immediate attention.
But if it does arise, do you seek vengeance or no?
Well, part of me would want vengeance, but I do think that my death and resurrection has brought me a different level of understanding of life in this world. It's a traumatic event, but also in some ways it could be interpreted as a gift.
I'll keep that in mind.
But I'm not necessarily hunting her down.
I just want to make sure that you're not going to act rash should we run into her.
Well, as of the last events, I was more apprehensive to be in her presence, so I'd be more likely to run, to be honest.
Okay.
So, what now?
I'm waiting on some information. Should it arrive before we get the items that we need in order to travel into the land of winter, or the court of winter, it should help us with navigating a little bit. But right now I'm just playing a game of hurry up and wait.
Fair enough. Well, I appreciate you having this conversation. I will leave you be for now.
Thank you.
Of course. Before we go to the Court of Winter, let's have a group meeting to hash out any specific details that would be pertinent to the group.
I think that's doable.
Perfect. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lauren.
And I walk out.
Then once you close the door, you hear the shuffling of furniture.
Go fuck yourself.
Okay, so you guys aren't calling a quorum at this particular moment then.
Not that I know of. I don't have any information to discuss yet.
Fair enough. Okay, anything else you guys are wanting to achieve?
Not me.
Nope.
Man, you guys.
I could go bother Caleb, but he seemed busy. Ooh, can I take murder out of the city and just like let her have some air?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, you're able to do that. Murder seems to appreciate it. She spends some time finding some of the local fauna and terrorizing them. You get the sense that she's got like some pent up aggression issues, and she just needs to like get in an arena somewhere and like break some. She needs a rage room. So
That would be amazing.
It's a bull in a china shop. That's what it is.
yeah,
Literally.
you need to find a china. You have a bull. You need a
I
china shop
need a
somewhere.
china shop.
Oh, in the background, I should probably write a letter to my family.
Okay.
Because wasn't it Falerion we asked to hook him up? So I don't know if this is something we need to like play out, but I'm gonna check up on that.
Okay. So you guys do that. Izal,
Yeah.
as you are heading back kind of southeastward towards the city, you see a rapidly advancing dark skyline to the southeast. You start watching as this kind of electric blue lightning is shooting off in different directions. Still a far ways out, but you definitely appear to see what looks like some kind of an elemental storm is making its way landfall.
I fucking hate these islands. Yeah, come on, murder. I know you're tired. We gotta get back into the city before whatever the hell that is happens.
Okay. Murder takes this opportunity to basically get you on top and then just dead sprint.
Whee.
You know, like a dog that gets an open yard for the first time to just run. Caleb, you also kind of start feeling that energy of like the hair standing up on the back of your neck and your arms and stuff, and get the goose pimples.
So I know it's a storm, correct?
Yeah, or some sort of, it's almost kind of like a static electricity feel, but with mana and with a little bit, peering out your window, because your window looks southward. You're in the southeastern corner. So yeah, just peering out your window and taking a look on your balcony, it's like coming right towards you.
Do I know what storm it is?
Yeah, from what you can tell, this looks like an ice storm, similar to the one you guys had when you guys were traveling to Auchenfirth and all of the water kind of spontaneously froze with your ship at sea.
As Caleb, how does this type of storm affect cities? Is it the same as when we were on the water?
I mean, usually it's kind of like a freak snowstorm, winter storm that blows through. It's usually not horrible, The biggest issue is that, generally speaking, it can kill crops, um, which is not great. That's why a lot of times, like, druids and other arcanists kind of magically protect crops from this sort of thing. And people are just not really prepared for it, especially since you guys are in summer. You know, this is like Christmas at the end of May kind of thing, right? Or I guess March, April, May, that would, so I guess it would be June. So it would be almost Christmas in July, but it's late June. And so, yeah, very uncharacteristic, but it does happen. But you do know that it can tend to get cold enough, like you can freeze to death if you're left too long outside without any kind of protection.
Alright, so in that case, I will let everybody know what's actually going on, the storm, and I believe I'm going to go look for. Well, we have a stable here, right?
Small.
Okay, so it's not going to fit all of our horses.
Well, it'll fit all of your animals, but like that's it.
Okay.
I mean, it fits like 4 animals. And then Calmac was like, "Well, what about my horse?" And it's like, "Well, you don't own a horse, and you're not allowed to buy one because you don't have room for it." You have to find steed spell.
So, I'd probably noticed Murder's not there. I'm gonna send a message to Izal.
Okay.
I'm gonna send a message to Izal saying, "Hey, there's a big ice storm coming. Where are you in Murder?"
It's an ice one? Crap, we're heading back into the city as fast as we can. Doesn't look too good. We'll be there shortly.
Alright, so I'm gonna actually set it up to where I could have endure elements on the horses, since they can't all fit inside and in the one with us. And then I'm gonna do endure
Well,
elements.
you could. I mean, you just run the risk of animals shitting all over your living.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, I'll do endure elements on the horses, and then I'm going to set up and do bubble inside the house. That will make sure we do.
Okay.
If
All
it
right.
gets to that inside the city, which I don't know.
Yeah, you never know. So, as you're kind of going through rapidly winterproofing the house, you see your next door neighbor going out there, like putting sheets and quilts and stuff over her flowers for, all the good that's going to do. Hustling really quick. And then Izal kind of arrives in time for you to kind of, cast the spell on the animals so that way they kind of endure the frost. And it seems to be about the kind that the wall of storm, the front, is kind of moving very quickly towards the city. And at this point in time, it looks like you've got maybe, because you guys can already feel the wind picking up and the temperature rapidly dropping. You imagine here probably in the next half hour or so, you guys will be kind of in the worst, like the winter will actually start hitting you.
All right. Then I will ride this out like so. I don't believe I have any other preparations.
Nope.
I'll put some furniture in front of windows to prevent like glass from shattering inside.
Yeah, drawing all the shutters and then filling the window, getting the fire in the hearths, kind of upstairs and downstairs, really roaring, getting them hot. which is good because you guys kind of feel the temperature of the house drop pretty quickly, like, you know, minute by minute, a handful of degrees each time, before you guys go from feeling, you know, relatively nice to seeing your breath to shivering a little bit, and then really kind of throwing home that idea that Yandere said, where you guys were not remotely ready to take care of winter in the Feywild. Um, it it's kind of up to you, Caleb. It doesn't come to the point where it's so cold that you guys have to start making saves, but your party does seem a little miserable when they move away from the fire.
I will still have the hut, just because it's easy.
Okay. Yeah, and so you'll have the hut there. That's all well and good. You guys are kind of sitting there. You guys kind of look as like the fire in the hearth kind of quickly sputters out, as it looks like a giant like piece of snow almost kind of falls through the chimney, lands on top of the fire, putting it out.
Shit.
And so most of the light in the room suddenly just kind of stops. And then as you guys are looking, you guys hear a sound. Like a little bit of shuffling.
Fuck.
And then you guys watch as a little bit of the top of the snow starts moving a little bit. And then you start seeing like light kind of making its way through that top layer of frost. And then you watch as this tiny human-like entity, maybe 6 inches or so in height, kind of busts out from the little mini snowbank, shakes herself off, and you watch as these wings that are like this iridescent silver kind of fold out from her back, and then you see them start pulsating a little bit. And she's kind of looking around, looking. You can see like the silver blue kind of in her eyes.
Did something just fall through our
shit.
chimney?
I think I have the wrong house. Hello? Yelling out in Sylvan.
Do any of you know her?
No?
She's speaking in Sylvan?
Yeah. Hello? Random people who live here in this house.
Should we attack?
Probably not, but at least be ready to.
I was sent here by Master Iscarian.
Yandere will go to the door.
You guys are inside the bubble.
Yeah, we're inside the bubble, and she just fell through the fireplace inside the house.
Rude. The next time I see Iscarian Dar, I'm gonna turn him into a fish. I bet he'd hate that.
Yandere will.
Well, I might as well steal some things while I'm here. Looks like they might have some good junk.
Yandere will walk outside the bubble.
Oh, hey, you're Elandrin.
Yes, I am. And who are you?
Oh, I'm Alindra. Well, I'm not. Well, I was kind of invited. I technically haven't trespassed because, as you see, I've yet to pass through the threshold. And this isn't what it looks like. I'm actually here looking for someone. And, well, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Well, who are you looking for?
I was looking for a friend of a friend who knows my friend, Master Iscariandar, and I was supposed to provide some information.
Okay, and what is this friend of a friend's name?
You know, he told me, but I wasn't really paying attention. So I was just told to go to this place and find a person using magic to locate something.
And what were they looking to locate?
Well, that's kind of an interesting thing. I'm not really sure if I'm supposed to tell you since you're a stranger.
You are a stranger that is currently in our house. And I think that breaches some of the contract already.
Well, I can see how you might think that. Um, but as I said, I have yet to cross the threshold. Technically, I'm still outside. You see. Um, so I haven't broken any rules just yet.
Well, it sounds like we're at an impasse then. Because it sounds like you may not be able to complete your job unless you give me the information that's needed in order to find the contact that you're looking for. But you refuse to give me any information, so I can't even let you know if those people are here. Even if they are your friends. Well, friend of a friend.
Yeah, I kind of see where you're going with that. Hmm.
And I apologize, but as the Fey Guardian of this household, I can't let you just walk in.
Okay, well then, can you tell me if there is some other thing that might live in and around this house? My buddy is, well, he's fairly certain that the individual I'm looking for and his friends are here. Um, and I'm just supposed to give them some information regarding the realm of winter.
And you said Iscarian?
Well, Iscariandar. I think some people call him Carrion. Is how he would be known. Uh, big walrus guy.
Yes. Tends to kind of be a beacon of light, correct?
Well, yes, I'm sure some people would refer to him that way. At least the people in his little club do, but I'm not part of that club. So,
Well, good. Well, then you found friends here.
good. I was thinking I was going to have to go report to Lady Azir, and I really didn't want to have to do that, especially since I had to use as much power as I did to cause this blizzard. Out of season, too. She really was not going to be happy about that.
So that was you.
Well, more so that I just manipulated some things that was going to happen just to make sure it was in a way that was advantageous to me.
Well,
From what I can tell, what was coming was going to be much worse.
Oh, so the other weather is still coming.
No, I turned it into winter. It was a death mist.
Interesting. Well, we can get back to that later. Now, Carrion sent you with information regarding the Realm of Winter or Court of Winter.
Yeah, because apparently his friend and his stupid friends are thinking they're just going to waltz into the place. I'm here to tell them that's a bad idea. Oh, wait, sorry, I wasn't supposed to tell you that. Well, so I assume you know who I'm talking about and who I'm looking for.
Yes, I said you found a friend here. Meaning it's me.
Oh. So you're the dumbass.
I'll have you know That
I'm
illness.
just playing with you. Oh my goodness, you people from the other realms, the Sealy Court. You guys cannot take a joke.
You people.
Yeah, you Sealy Fae. You think that just because you live in summer or spring or autumn, where it's not freezing 12 months out of the year, that you're so much better than us from the winter because we have icicles and we don't grow things and people die and basically our life is miserable. But we have the best snowball fights anywhere in the Fae realm. It's true.
So, what information are you looking to bring me?
Well, more so, I'm supposed to come here to answer questions for you because apparently there's some rule about sending information over the realms and that it would take too much time to write everything out. So, from what I understand, it was easier to just send someone because otherwise the weird difference between the planes meant that it might be a couple years before you received the letter, and this was just easier.
Great. Now that we understand that, what is the realm of information that you're allowed to give me? As in any limitations that are provided.
Well, I am doing this because I owe Iscariandar a favor. So, technically speaking, I have agreed to answer any question for you of which I know the answer. But I will tell you, I have not actually been in the palace of, the queen, anything around. I'm not like, I just kind of live there. So, I probably won't be able to help you get there, but like general survival stuff like that, I could probably tell you.
Great. Then let's start with that.
Well, I mean, I'm sure you know, but I don't know if the rest of your friends know. The place is cold, like very cold.
Of course.
Like this level cold, really, because I just brought a little bit of the land of winter with me. So you got to be ready for that. Otherwise, you won't last a day there. The other thing that you guys will need to know is that, well, the wolves there are not very nice. They will pretend to be nice, and they might act like they're your friends, but they're not your friends. And basically, the place is even worse at dark. Yeah, definitely don't go around that place at dark. And another thing, there really isn't any safe place for you guys. Not really. Oh, also, in the northwestern area of the Land of Winter, there is a forest that's got a kind of a rundown kind of temple in it with an altar. Stay away from there. That's where the Dark Hunt likes to spend their time, and that's where they go to after you kill them, before they come back.
You said that was the northwest.
Yeah, it's near the Veil of Mists, the opening there. That's one of the reasons why people can't actually safely get to the Realm of Winter through the Veil of Mists. Because if you do attempt to do that, you'll end up going right by there. So it's kind of like a death trap. You're like, oh man, we were one of the few people that managed to survive the Veil of Mist. We finally made it to the Land of Winter. No, because there's all these headless people with scythes that are gonna basically cut you down and kill you. It's not really a pleasant thing.
Okay. And what about the Sickle Scythe Tundra?
Well, that's number 2 place that you really shouldn't go. That is near that forest that I told you about. So yeah, basically just like that whole northwestern part of the realm, just kind of ignore that. And then kind of ignore the northeast part too. That's where Mab's place is. So you want to kind of ignore that. So yeah, basically you just want to keep to the southern area. That's the least murder, death, kill area.
Okay. And if we should say list out the worst places to be and the best places to be, even though all of them are unsafe, what would be the best place to go?
I guess if you were wanting to find someplace relatively safe, um, Iskariandar comes from a small fishing village along the southern coast. I don't think it really has a name, really, though the locals might call it something. But it's pretty sprawling. They kind of build it as like a port town, but it actually spreads out a little bit because part of that section of the ocean is frozen over. So it's kind of like a boat village kind of thing. But of course, with the ice, it doesn't really need to float. It just kind of like sits on top of the ice. They're pretty nice, all things considered. At the very least, they won't try and kill and eat you, because like walruses don't really like eat people. So, I mean, I guess if you were little like me, or you were like fish people, that might be different. But none of your people are fish people, right?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good for you. Yeah. Oh, also, you want to avoid any kind of heat generating spells as much as possible. There are some creatures there in the Frostlands that are attracted to heat, and so things like fire spells or stuff like that, it just kind of make you a magnet for all kinds of bad stuff.
So how do you all stay warm? I know you're native there, but if you don't have any heat, is there any other capability that you have that keeps you from freezing in this weather?
Well, Iskariandar's people are like fat, so that's usually not like a problem for them.
Husky.
No, although if you have to meet some of the wolf people, the Huskies are nicer. They'll at least take you around places on their sleds. If you pay them enough. They're not really a fan of wolves either. So
I just
they're probably...
Carrion didn't really like this when we called him fat. He really preferred either big bone or husky.
Huh. Well, okay. I mean, so note to self. I mean, I guess he would appreciate if I told him he's lost weight since coming to autumn.
He might. We don't really look at
well-
size.
Well, if that's yeah, then I guess avoid that topic. If that's really the case. I mean, I'm a snow pixie, so we tend to live a little farther north of there.
And just to make sure, you said Queen Maeve's place is in the northern part of the Court of Winter. What exactly does it look like so we know to avoid it?
Ice Crown, yeah. It's kind of in the northeastern area, kind of settled in a whole bunch of mountains. I say mountains, they look more like large pillars of jagged black ice of death.
Black.
Yeah. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. She's got some like snow owl type guys that fly around the area and just kind of keep an eye on everything. So yeah, I'd probably be careful for that because they're very quiet when they fly around. So you probably won't even see them unless you've got really good eyesight. So just keep that in mind. The other thing is, if you come across, through the Frostlands, my kind, we kind of like live in the breeze, the wind. So you know that feeling you get when like cold wind rushes by you and then you feel pricklies all over your skin? That's us. Um, so yeah, I would just avoid um fighting some of my family members if you can. I mean, I probably wouldn't kill you, but they probably would. And, they have the ability, because one of the things they love to do is kind of get in your head. And then when they get in your head, they kind of use some magic to like warp your brain space so that way you kind of get lost in the snow. So that, you guys will get separated. And then when you get separated, you'll get kind of sleepy and then you'll fall asleep in the snowdrift and then slowly freeze to death. That's kind of like I guess you could say that's like a favorite pastime, like when it's a Saturday night and you're just looking for something fun to do with the homies. That's kind of like what they like to do.
Interesting. Does iron still work on you? Not you particularly, but I just want to double check.
Um, well, if you're asking me if cold iron still works against Fae, I mean, I want to say no, but the bargain says I have to say yes. So, yeah. Oh, also, my kind are resistant to most magic. And we're immune to charm effects, and we immediately see through illusions. You can't out-Fae a Fae, if you know what I'm saying.
I understand. Well, that was a lot of information, and I greatly appreciate it. But there is one thing I need you to stick around for just one moment.
Okay.
And then you see Yandere like back into the sphere.
He goes, that's useful.
And then it pokes his head back out of the sphere again and it goes, so you don't see through every illusion.
Well, that's not really an illusion so much as it is a semi-permanent magical field that has a sort of vision bending ability. It's, it works on the space, not your own perception. So it's technically not an illusion.
But you can't see through it.
No.
Good. It goes back into the sphere. So, did you guys all hear all of that?
I have no idea what just
yes,
happened.
I did.
I was trancing.
Great.
Got a lot of mumbo jumbo.
Given what was going on, and Caleb knowing Izal wouldn't understand it, Caleb would have been translating for Izal, so Izal is caught up.
I got secondhand cliff notes.
So, Caleb, is there any other information that you need before I send her off on her way?
Not that I believe. I think the information that we have is the information that we're going to get.
I have a question.
Yes.
Caleb said murder mist?
There was murder mist on the way here, but luckily our snow pixie friend changed it to just a
Death mist.
Alright, I don't want to be here
I may
anymore.
not can see through the little circle thingy, but it doesn't block sound.
Is that in common?
No.
No.
Oh, I guess that
Yelling
one was
at
in
me.
common because she would have heard you speaking in common,
Yes.
so she would have replied in common.
I don't like living near whatever that vortex thing is. So if we could solve some problems, I'm just gonna move away at some point. Anyway,
I thought it was pretty sweet.
So, now that we know that she can hear us, what other questions do you guys have?
how
I
long
don't.
could someone survive if they wore like standard heavy winter clothes?
From the material plane.
Yeah.
I'm confused. Are you asking me a question, or are you telling the Eladrin that you want the Eladrin to ask me questions?
That was for you.
Oh, I mean, I don't know what's pretty standard here.
I cast minor illusion outside the dome of what
hand pops out.
Hill
Oh,
Dwarf style.
that
It's
looks pretty nice. Regular, like, dwarven mountaineers.
yeah, like
But probably a little bulkier, because you know the Moradun dwarves have cold resistance.
we have a nice tank top that we wear underneath. It's just the coat. That's all it is.
Yeah, with that, you could probably survive without, as long as you had shelter, without too much effort, unless you got caught in a blizzard.
Okay.
And say if we were to go, visit Queen Maeve's ice crown, what is the safest way to get there? Even though I know none of it is safe.
Well, I guess if you manage to drop near Iskariandar's village, the only real major city of note in the Fae, that would be the city of Frostholm. It lies somewhere near the center part of the frozen rivers. It kind of that river section kind of cuts through the Frostlands quite a little bit, so it's kind of a good central location. It's reasonably safe in the sense that most people there don't really care, but since it is about the only major settlement of note, there are plenty of maps. I mean, Her Majesty's spies there, so you'll want to be careful as you move through the city. But if you do decide to go there, there is a place called the Glacier's Edge Tavern. It's owned by a friend of Iskariandar, and if you drop his name, and perhaps even my name too, he might be able to help you out further.
And your name?
You forgot it already?
I did.
Man, and after you went through all of this effort... because I just had it a couple seconds ago.
Derek.
There we go.
So you forgot your own name.
No, I was trying to make sure that I didn't add an extra consonant on the beginning of it. It's Alindra.
I don't think you gave me that at the beginning.
She did introduce herself.
As a friend of a friend who's looking for a friend.
No, she said her name was Alindra and she was looking for a friend of a friend.
Okay.
But understood, especially when I do one of like the 2 girl voices I have, which isn't even really a girl voice. Yeah, no, I get it.
You can do better.
I can do
You
better.
can get
And you know
4.
what? It's on the list of shit to do for our next campaign.
You need to have an e-girl voice.
Voice changer.
Is that like a Valley Girl type voice thing?
Hi, how's it going? Do you like my pics? I'm just a gamer girl.
I would ask you to send me some reference, but I don't know that I want to.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I'll DM
No. I said I would, but I don't want to, and even
Too
Ari's
bad.
kind of waved me off.
It's funny, okay? Just trust me.
Arthur's sitting here going, "You poor sweet summer child." Oh, I called you Arthur instead of Ari. Well,
It's okay.
You know what? Fuck Yandere. Arthur can come back.
Rude.
No,
All right.
I'd rather Yandere.
Just shit on all of my characters right now. That's what I'm hearing. Anyway,
Okay.
is that it? Is that all?
Yeah, Lindra's sitting there. Oh no. see that thumbnail and kind of already know or can guess what I'm into. Elindra's just kind of sitting there going, "That's up to you. I'm here to answer your questions. So, are you like done, or?"
Yandere looks at everybody else.
I don't know what you're doing.
I'm good.
Waiting for a response. Is all.
That's like basic thing, like how do you kill Queen Mab? But I don't think the Pixie knows.
He's kind of looking around. How many people do you have in that little ball?
A couple.
More than
18.
2.
Okay, well that's like 4 voices. That's more than a couple. That's more like a few.
18.
Man, it's just like a pocket dome. You're pretty tough, Yandere.
Thank you. So nothing else. I'm looking at everybody and just trying to confirm because this is the best opportunity that we're going to get.
If you do come, Frostlands, though, I recommend you change the color of that little ball thing if you can. It kind of would stick out in all the white, you know.
Looks at Caleb. Looks like that's a you thing.
Okay.
Oh,
Yes,
another
I can
thing.
easily change it.
I'm not sure how the little ball thing works. But if it like can hold weight or something, storms have a tendency to drop feet and feet of snow during an evening. So you may end up having to like dig yourself out and make it caught. So I would probably plan for that. Oh, also, be careful because there's large kind of crevasses all throughout the Frostlands, and they're kind of covered by thin sheets of snow, so you could fall through, and it's like a couple 100 feet drop into darkness, and there's like a whole other world down there, and you, well, basically just don't go down there.
I just look over at whoever's next to me and be like, crevices?
They say it
And
weird.
then if you fall down the crevasses, don't try and go anywhere. Try and climb out because you don't want to travel down there. There's like some really crazy fairy monsters down there. It's pretty bad.
Is it crevasse or crevasse?
I don't know. What do you call? Anyway, yeah. So just keep that in mind. Snowshoes are probably useful for that case. Probably some climbing gear. Maybe some rope.
Thank you, Alindra.
Maybe if you could just fly. Actually, probably don't fly, because there's some birds that get very territorial.
Can we fly out of the crevasse?
Sure, I just wouldn't fly too much because like once you get kind of a little bit of altitude, like above the trees, like the wind really picks up, and some of that stuff carries like little bits of ice in it that like will actually slowly flay you alive. It's pretty bad. So just keep that in mind too.
Great. Any other tidbits of information for our survival?
Well, I mean, I've already told you probably just shouldn't go. But I mean, I'm just gonna venture this out. If I knew why you were going, I might be able to help you a little more. But I get it if you don't want to tell me.
Well, you said you've never been to Queen Mab's palace, correct?
Wait, you guys are going to Her Majesty's place?
That was a thought. Sightseeing.
Well, then sure. I guess I recommend you figure out your burial policies beforehand.
Love that.
So, yeah, because she's got like crazy magic protecting that place. And like I'm told her vault is like so hard to get into. She's got like these like frozen statue type people that when you like come in, they like come alive and attack you, and they can like freeze you if they touch you. It's pretty dangerous, and yeah, yeah. But
I
I
do
guess you
have,
got some pretty cool stuff in there, though.
I do have one more question for you. When you came here, did you use a fairy gate, or did you just use your own magics to arrive?
Well, technically, I used Azir's help. Because she was like, "Oh, why would I help you? It's summer." He goes, "Well, there's a fairy rift. We can, kind of turn it into ice." And she's like, "Well, I'm all about turning stuff into ice, So she was willing to kind of help me out in that regard, because, you know, she's just like that. But yeah, I would say that's a relatively innocuous type thing, though. So if I had to do it again, uh, probably safe to say Her Majesty would probably find out. Well, I mean, I guess it would depend on whether or not Azir thought to or decided that it was worth reporting. I mean, she, unlike some of the other ones, like Elei, um, he's like one of the Archfey Guardian guys of Autumn. Like, that guy's fucking useless. He just kind of sits around and enjoys. He actually spends most of his time here in the Prime Material. So, I mean, yeah, not very helpful at all, really. But,
Good to know. And then is there any way to contact Azir? Because she sounds like she's relatively nice, even though I've known most of the Archfey in the winter to be somewhat givers of the cold shoulder.
oh, yeah, I mean, cold shoulder followed by eating you, kind of stuff. So, yeah, like, no, I get it. I get it. We're not really known for giving people the warm and fuzzies. Um, well, I suppose the easiest way to get a hold of her is, praying or some kind of divine intercession at her temple if you're here. But normally that only works in winter. And even then, if you have the proper sacrifice. But, you know, I she seems to at least be intrigued by you and your compatriots, because apparently, like, you were able to summon her when, like, you weren't really supposed to be able to summon her, and she was like really surprised and a bit interested by that. So I would also say your threat level is probably a little high. If you start making yourself out like too much of a danger to Her Majesty, she might feel compelled to report your activities.
I meant when we're in the Court of Winter. What's the easiest way to contact her there?
Oh, well, at that point in time, prayers usually work, or you just travel to her palace. That lies on the western end along the mountain range. Basically, if it's almost like due west of Frostholm.
All right. Well, Alindra, thank you so much.
Well, it's my pleasure meeting you and I guess hearing your compatriots. So the thing is I don't actually have the ability to control the weather outside. So I can't really tell you when it'll go back to not being winter. But hopefully soon.
Yandere walks back out of the sphere and just walks up and just goes, "Thank you for the information, and I'm sure this will figure itself out."
Well, don't die. But I guess if you did die here, at least it would save you from dying there. So I guess that might actually be preferable.
Sure.
But whatever works for you.
Oh, and stay away from the iron fence outside.
Right. Right. I mean, that is good. As long as it's not cold iron, because that would have been really bad. But all right. Well, bye.
Bye.
And you see her kind of turn into like this prismatic, almost kind of snowflake type shape, and then make her way up the chimney.
Did she say that it's winter?
Well, yes, she changed the weather in order to arrive here.
Shit.
What?
No one's like ready for winter.
Well, no one's usually ready for winter.
There's preparations you have to make for that, like bringing in harvest, all kinds of things to make sure you have enough food ready.
Okay.
Well, no one did that because it wasn't winter.
It's only a temporary.
Okay, how long?
Well, it's temporary. I don't know exactly how long, but it is temporary.
Well, winter's temporary. We just have a better idea of how long it is.
So are you concerned?
Yeah, mostly because prices are going to skyrocket now.
So what can you do about it?
I can't change the weather.
Exactly. So we just keep going.
So we'll,
In the distance, you guys can hear echoing through the city like a loud cracking noise.
Cracking.
Does it sound like wood breaking type of cracking?
Yeah, like trees exploding.
Oh, so
Well, it is incredibly cold outside. But we can at least test and see if the gear that we got will hold up against some of this blizzard.
let's go. You're going to go change then. All right. Get out of the dome. Go to the room. It's so cold. I want to change in the dome.
You go grab clothes and then change.
Yeah, and once you guys get into your weather clothes and kind of warm them up a little bit, being inside the house is really not that bad. I mean, you guys kind of feel it a little bit on your nose and ears, but, put on a hat and that covers the ears at least. So, yeah, it's not that bad. You guys can, if you choose to, kind of chance kind of going outside. You guys don't do that very much because when you kind of like open the door, it's like full on winter blizzard outside, and you guys can't see more than like 5 or 10 feet ahead of you. And you guys, it takes like he's all needs a little help because like the floor is now wet, so she's trying to close this big damn door while now she's slipping on the floor. But eventually gets the door closed, but after a couple hours, the winter blizzard all of a sudden just kind of ceases. And they're silent. But throughout the night, you continue to hear distant popping and cracking. And then by the time like morning comes up, the snow starts melting and pretty rapidly. As you guys are kind of surveying some of the damage, which I guess now is on the 30th. Yeah, I mean, from what you can tell, there are numerous like roofs that now have to be redone. The wells in the city are frozen. Pretty much any kind of bush or landscaping or anything out that has kind of died off. And numerous trees just in your neighborhood have all kind of exploded. Some of them have fallen onto nearby houses and, done some pretty serious amount of damage. If the rest of the city is anything like this, you can probably guess that whatever the summer crop is probably dead. So there will be no harvests in the surrounding area for a while.
All right.
Look at our impact.
let's not tell anyone that this was our fault.
Well, to be fair, the other one would have been a death mist. Probably would have been worse.
That's a good point. Kalen, what is death mist?
Do you really want to know?
Why do you people live here?
It's what we've known.
Leave. Just go where this doesn't reach.
I have. I've gone to several places that this happened.
But it
But I always
reached.
find myself coming back.
Why would death mist reach the capital?
Well, death mist goes in all the places that the vortex would reach.
Yeah.
Is Death Mist a holiday?
Oh, death mist.
No, it's a heavy metal
day.
band.
Oh, death mist day.
I've heard of an ancient
We really
holiday
stacked
called
up the
Christmas.
bodies.
Is Death Mist close to that?
Eh,
Okay.
Well, I guess I'll have to find my own answer. Then I walk away.
in terms
I don't know any
DM,
of these.
did you ever send me information about the death mist?
I don't think so. Because
'Cause I
it's
think
just
you
kind
said-
of a
I
yes, it is
think in
something
your
that
actual
can
in our
happen.
conversations, it was one of the rarest ones.
Do they?
Yeah, it's one of the rarest ones. Basically, it's like a mist that kind of rolls in places, and sometimes the mist coalesces into sort of a spectral entity that will kill someone if you touch them. In actuality, it just does a ridiculous amount of necrotic damage, which for most normal people would result in death.
Gotcha.
But the interesting thing is it doesn't travel indoors or in enclosed spaces. So
It's like that thing from the Bible.
yeah, except you don't have to slaughter
it's
any
Passover.
lambs. So yeah, it's like Passover without the animal sacrifice
Are you
being
guys
necessary.
Constantly being accosted by plagues? Is that all this is? What did you guys do to your deities?
Well, the other thing that Caleb would know is that usually the storms don't come on that suddenly. Usually there's forewarning and it kind of radiates out slowly. And when you have a big storm like this, it's almost kind of like a battery. Once it extends all that energy, it's usually a long time before the rift generates enough arcane energy to give it another go, you know?
Yeah.
Y'all are like people who live in Florida. Oh, you only get a hurricane once a year. Oh.
Where's the land of Florida?
It's a peninsula off the southeast coast of Ashgard.
I feel like I'm getting called out over here.
Yes. Yeah, that would be near the base of the Melicare Sierras.
Ah,
There's
yeah.
a dwarven settlement there.
We pop up everywhere. Ooh, I gotta give you something. Volred,
What?
here's a sending stone.
What is this?
It's a thingy I use to talk to Maldrazath, but it only talks between me and you.
Oh, so we can.
If we're ever separated, like we can communicate. I figure Yandere and Caleb could already do that, but like we don't have a way of doing that, and one of us is probably going to be with one of them.
That's smart. So I will take the sending stone.
All right. I gotta put in the notes for this one. Volred has it.
I was gonna add it to mine.
Yeah.
Is that a custom item or something? I can
Sending
look up?
stones is a magic item, then you can
Actual-
just add
yeah.
to the notes. Volred.
Got it.
Okay.
But I'll be right back.
All right, Kaylin, bye. Do we just want to go on break now?
Yeah, I guess we can if there's nothing else for you guys to do.
Yeah, I
And
think.
then you guys can have, when we get back, we'll see what you guys want to do for the rest of it.
Okie dokie. Go to
All
intermission.
right, guys. See you in like 15. It was nice knowing you. think all of us could use a little kicking out.
Yeah,
Like, all
eventually.
of us don't live with our parents.
That's true. I guess none of us do live with our parents.
Are you talking shit on my mom?
No.
Does your mom
I was
live
just
with your
saying that
parents?
we all could probably use a little kicking out. But, I mean, Jace pointed out that none of us live with our parents. So
All
it's
right.
like,
All y'all with kids, kick him out.
Arya's afraid of, like,
Hi, Liam.
any living creature that's not human. That would not work.
I feel like you singled Liam out because he's like over there next to you and you want to just mess with him.
No, it's just because he's the oldest. He's the one I would trust the least. Out by himself.
They're just gone.
Oh,
I'm moving out and I'm
I would
taking my
trust
Legos.
Lily.
Black Tower
I would-
Stories does not endorse kicking your children out of the house when they're like 8 and
6.
abandoning them.
The oldest male does have that ego, though. If they can handle it, they're not all Kevin McAllister. They can't do it.
But no, like, Lily, at 5, I would trust way more doing something.
I don't know that I've met Lily, but she kind of sounds to me like I get a vision of an adorable little blonde chick shivving someone for looking at her sideways.
Most definitely.
There
She
you go.
locked her brother and sister in the dog cage because they wouldn't stop bothering her while she was reading.
Is she a middle
What?
child?
Yes.
yeah.
As
She
she
went-
should.
She
The
lured
middle
both of them
child is
into the dog
always the
cage
mediator.
and locked it and walked away.
Yeah, the middle child's always a mediator, which means, well, at least they're the ones that stop arguments, either through mediation or physically separating people. It's
Yep.
just the way that works. But anyway, so, yes, you guys had a visit from the Snowflake Fairy. And yeah, the damage is pretty bad from the winter storm. But it kind of sucks because, like, you know, the sun comes out, the heat starts moving in, everything starts melting really quickly, and then it's just kind of like freaking muggy. You're like, man, tomorrow's going to be even worse when, like, the heat really gets an opportunity to return, and there's just going to be all this stuff. It's like, it sucks.
It's hot
Basically, Texas in late spring or any time in Houston.
Accurate.
mud. Houston, you're out. Sorry to all the Houstonians, but you know it. It's true.
Yeah, those of you down in the armpit, like, we stand with you.
Hey, some places in the Midwest may only get to 90 degrees, but it's going to be 90% humid too.
Yeah, that's true. But at least, like, Houston has, like, they're right on the coast, so they have immediate access to, like, cruise ships.
It's not right on the coast.
It's close enough.
It's like
but, I mean, you
Windstar
can get to
Casino
Galveston
to
and
us.
nothing. Yeah, an hour. There you go. You're at Galveston. Anyway, so yeah, you guys had Isandra or Alindra. That was why I was checking earlier because I kept wanting to say Isandra when that's not her name. It's Alindra.
Who's Isandra?
No one you need to worry about.
Great.
Yet.
Write that down.
Different person. And also
One who's assassinating you.
Oh, cool.
no, that's a different person, and you
Hot
haven't
bait.
met her yet. Yeah, she's the Hands of the Golden Forge.
Oh, no.
Anyway, but yes, so at this point in time, yeah, the damage is pretty bad. Volred also kind of a little bit before lunch, you also get a letter being delivered to you from a young man. You're guessing he's maybe 11 or 12 in like these wizard robes. Kind of hands it off and like, okay, this is kind of weird. And it's a letter with Master Falarion's stationery, but you can immediately tell from the writing it's your mother. She basically just informs you that they're going to start looking for a house in earnest. After speaking with Master Valerion, he got them hooked up with a realtor in Eladon and believes that they can find a really nice place for them with the money that's there. Um, and then she also casually mentioned that your sister is going to move in there too, and that she's arguing with your brother because Eldwin wants to become an adventurer.
Okay, so quick recap. Where did you say they were looking to buy? Just so for my notes.
In Eladon, it's almost kind of due north. It's that same city where you guys fought the goblins and chilled out in that merchant's house for a while. It's where Gorbeck got arrested. It's where Arthur's mom lives and where he has that little garden just northeast of the city.
So I'll write back confirming receipt of the message, wishing them best of luck on the house hunt. I advise them to still stay away from Sweet Nut Manor just as a precaution, but reiterate the trust that we have in Flareon. And then I would add, Eldwin has been through some trauma, and in my perspective, adventuring did help processing some of that trauma. So while I respect her concern, if that's the route he chooses to take, that might be the best way for him to heal.
And you kind of casually leave out the part how adventuring gave you a whole bunch of new trauma, e.g. death.
Okay, so the death trauma, sure, but let's be honest, there was a lot of trauma before that too.
Yeah, so like when you start stacking trauma, I mean, most of it is pre-adventure life.
Sometimes a little extra trauma makes the pre-trauma a little easier to deal with.
Like a fresh coat of paint.
Yeah, layered it on. Don't need
Fresh-
to prime it.
Fresh coat of layered trauma.
Yeah.
Love
It's kind of
trauma.
like when you pre-party and then also after party.
Well, I don't party. I just do the pre and post.
Listen, if you're gonna
We
do
both
pre
know
and
you
post
just sit
partying,
in the living room and knock it back.
you need to have a game plan.
Just never
if you're
leave.
trying to go all day, especially for multiple days.
Or else you'll lose stamina over time. Okay. So, now that you guys kind of get a sense of how bad everything is, now, as far as the animals, the horses and everything seem fine. The horses seem a little perturbed after the Endure Elements wears off. Murder doesn't seem to care. She's got like bits of her fur that are like literally there's ice kind of hanging from it. And just kind of shakes it off and just keeps eating. Of course, she's a giant woolly cow, so this is, probably no big deal.
I was not worried about murder. Okay. So our winter clothes kind of work.
They seem to work unless you're caught in a blizzard. And that's just because at that point in time you're taking cold damage, not exhaustion.
We also need to talk about the potential of not being able to use any fire spells. I thought that would probably be our advantage, but
We're just being careful.
It appears that they may be able to track sources of heat in the Port of Winter. So the more that we use, the easier it is for us to be found.
DM, would Izal be familiar with some of the northern monsters that contract based off of heat through the cold elements?
Yeah, there's not too many of them that will do that. There's definitely some, like, in some of the underground caves that'll do that, especially, like, fish. Uh, some kind of large, toothy fish type creatures. Um, but yeah, I mean, you wouldn't imagine there would be analogs there because it's just like crazy fairy world. But
I know they would exist.
yeah,
Okay. So we don't have a way of staying warm outside of fire.
and
Well,
they don't.
Do have the spell that I just
The
cast
dome.
on the animals. I have the spell Endure Elements.
But that'll
And
make it so that you automatically pass any of your survival checks to avoid exhaustion. Would not prevent you from taking cold damage from a blizzard, though. Just a distinction there.
okay, because I know it said that it would protect up to like negative
Yeah, that's from
100,
exposure.
negative 50.
Yeah, that's from
But yeah.
exposure, like just being
Okay.
outside in the cold. Because
Okay.
the way it works is, like when you're out in the cold, you don't take damage. If you fail your checks, you take a level of exhaustion. And so
Gotcha.
the idea is
Okay.
once and basically the exhaustion is you're getting so cold you can't move, you're getting skills until eventually you reach death and you freeze to death.
Okay. In that
Versus
case,
a blizzard where you're literally getting pelted with giant shards of ice.
okay, then I would need to get. In that case, we
Also,
would need to
just
be
so that you're
in,
also aware,
dome.
if you have something that gives you resistance to cold damage, you also automatically pass your saves.
Okay.
As a little mechanic
Okay.
thing there, just so that everyone's aware of how that works.
The only thing I could think of to protect against blizzard is the dome.
Well, we won't be able to see anything traveling through a blizzard anyway, so
We're not going to move.
Yeah, and ranged attacks are useless.
oh no.
But in that
So-
case, that's the only thing I can think of.
So we're pretty much okay then, other than walking around a blizzard, which we wouldn't be doing anyway.
Yeah.
Which we don't plan to do anyway. That doesn't mean that we won't get caught in a blizzard.
That's fair. You do have the uncanny ability to get in the wrong situation at the right time.
Well, I can go looking for some cold stuff. But, I mean, it's not going to help us with not being able to see and the pelting ice.
I'm pretty sure at this point we're just going to have to prepare, and with me, I can not use my instant cast for a ritual spell until I absolutely need to. So if we do find ourselves in a blizzard's on the horizon, I can quickly put the shelter up to stop ourselves from suffering anything more than we need to.
The next question, though, is figuring out where we want to land or where we want to teleport to. Frosthold sounds like it may be the best opportunity for us to land and possibly meet back up with Queen Azir, or not Queen Azir, Lady Azir. I think that would still be an avenue that we probably need to venture through, being that we have a shared interest.
Yeah. Also, one thing, I meant to tell you this in the info dump, Yandere, but it seems I neglected. Azir is the name used in the Prime material, particularly in the Akari, the Athorian. In many other places and in the Land of Winter herself, Azir is known by the name Kyone, or Kyone.
Kyone or Frostbringer, right?
Yeah, those are some of her tie names, but her actual Fae name is Kyone. And she's, yeah.
Okay, can you put that for that?
I will, but it's an important thing because I meant to drop that, because if you guys go in there and start asking for Azir, no one's not going to know who the hell you're talking about. And I had it in my notes that I needed to make that aware to you, and I was sitting here thinking, I don't think I ever actually name dropped her.
Shame.
Well, I'm sorry.
We're gonna love you through it, though.
Do better.
Be the DM we want you to be.
I'm just gonna be a backseat DM.
You see it from a perspective that no one else here does.
Someone uncultured and ignorant.
So we wait for... I know we're waiting for Godwin to see if he can get the item we were looking for. He doesn't know how long it's going to take, though. So... what are our plans till then?
Honestly, just preparation, I would imagine. I
Alright.
don't know how long we're going to be gone, so I would assume we probably need to make sure things are in order in case we're gone for another couple of months.
Well, if we're going to prepare, we need to go through a minimum of 8 total plans. That way we have preparation A, B, C, D,
Don't
E,
do it.
F, G, and most importantly, preparation H.
Which also happens to land on the middle finger.
Okay. What's plan A?
We waltz into her kingdom and what are we doing? Are we killing her or are we just like grabbing some shit?
Kill her.
That's plan A, is kill her.
You are not going to kill an archfey. Like, that's not going to happen.
Plan A, insult her and rob her.
Just maim her is what we're trying to aim for.
Give her a wicked splinter.
Listen, another archfey usurped the archfey that was in charge of the hunt, and he still has not killed them. Like, an archfey can't kill the other archfeys. I don't think we're gonna have much luck unless we are 10 levels more than where we are right now, which is even more than we can actually do.
Level 21, here we go. Okay. I don't think we're gonna sneak into there like we did last time.
Well, Alindra said that she has magical protections, but that doesn't necessarily mean we can't sneak in. The goal is genuinely to find her vault and to obtain the head of Ceranos. If we can do that and get out I can return it back to his body, and then he can handle whatever it is. The ultimate goal is just to retrieve his head. But I haven't found any information or have been able to locate anything about the actual location in which it's hidden. I'm just assuming it's the vault.
Well, if you're going to keep something that valuable, you'd keep it in the vault, or you'd keep it right next to you.
Queen Maeve travels a lot. I don't know if she would necessarily be holding on to the head the whole time. And from our conversation with Azir, it seems like she's usually not present in the Court of Winter, or at least in her castle, very often. And it also appears that due to the number of protections and patrols, she's not usually the one that handles business there most of the time anyway. So I don't feel like she would be traveling the whole time with the head. It wouldn't make sense.
Okay, so it's plan A, get as close as we can, gather information about the layout, and then sneak in for more information?
Yeah. Plan B would be try to teleport to Frosthold, see if we can get in contact with Azir, and possibly use that connection to help Azir get rid of the Dark Hunt. When Caleb and I talked to her, she seemed to be perturbed by the idea of the Dark Hunt being used in the Court of Winter. Too many connections with the Court of Autumn, and it didn't seem to fit her needs very often.
So how do you get rid of the Dark Hunt?
You remove the head, giving them access, and then Ceranos, the Lord of the Hunt, probably wouldn't be too fond of the fact that Queen Maeve was holding on or capturing his head. My knowledge of him, he's very vindicated, and also very stern on how he's used. And two archfays joining up to capture him and utilize his power without his permission doesn't usually bode too well. I doubt that there will be any major dealings with the Lord of the Hunt and the Winter Court if we are to free him. Which also brings up the fact we now know where the Dark Hunt respawns. I never knew where exactly they came from, but they appear to be in the northeastern side of the Winter Court, which gives us a little bit of information and more time to prepare in case it's summoned on us. At least we'll know where they're coming from.
Yeah.
That would be the next thing. Plan C, I believe we're on, would be...
Plan A and Plan B sounded very similar, but it's just the destination is different.
Which is still important. We know that nowhere in the Court of Winter is safe, realistically, but if we can get to a place where we have allies, then we might fare a little bit better, which, instead of just teleporting directly into Queen Maeve's palace or the Ice Crown, may give us more time to prepare. So that other thing is the tavern that Alindra told us about. That might be another good spot to just kind of rally and get information. was Glacier's Edge Tavern.
All right, that's. Do we know where the body is?
I'm sorry.
Do you know where the body is?
I have it somewhere in my notes. DM. Dude, where is the body? Where is the
Athoria?
body? Yeah.
Moving around. He still leads the wild hunt, albeit headless.
I still hadn't connected those two together, despite being told multiple times.
Yeah. So, I mean,
Like, so.
yeah, Serenos is like the living embodiment of the spirit of death. He cannot technically die. So if you cut off his head, he just loses his ability, his rationality, and his ability to control himself, and just becomes a wild, unbridled, trained death murder machine.
So we know where the Dark Hunt essentially formulates or forms at, in the Autumn Court, where Serenos normally resides. At what place would the regular hunt come from? Like, what location would they?
Well, the regular hunt comes from the haunted thicket that lies inside the Amberwood. Or the Amber Forest, but... And people don't really go there either.
So I would tell us all, realistically, my assumption is the body is rested in the Amberwood. At least until he's summoned again.
Okay. So it'd be probably best to draw him out when we need to attach the head to it, or not do that.
Well, that would be relatively easy. At that point, once we get the head, we can just provoke the Pumpkin King. He'll summon the hunt himself, and we can just return the head to the body. That's probably the easiest of the whole thing.
Okay, that's 4 plans.
I'm sorry, I don't see how we're going to formulate 8 plans.
I know, that's a lot, and they're all very similar. We're just changing small bits of it.
You guys need to come up with escape plans, too.
Well, that's what we're waiting on the items for, right?
Escape plan. Cast. Nothing. Wait to shift back.
Essentially.
Okay.
Get the head, return it to the body, let Serenos do
GTFO.
whatever the hell he wants to do, and then we teleport out.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty foolproof to me.
Alright. Well, while we're waiting, I guess. I'm gonna go say hi to my girlfriend since the blizzard.
Okay, but I need to see some of this girlfriend interaction, so you got to RP this.
I mean, you saw it already, like you were there.
Need more.
Alright, we'll go to the Adventurers Guild if she's working, and if she's not, I'll go home to where she lives and see if she's there.
What are y'all's home?
Yeah.
I sometimes I sleep.
And not just because I want to spike the ball out of Volred's hands. Shortly after you depart, Isal, Volred, another messenger arrives to the house, carrying this time kind of a letter that's wax sealed, wrapped in a leather envelope, and carries kind kind of the royal seal of the House of Kyosa.
Okay. I open it.
Okay. It is a notification from King, well, now, he's still Crocus, I guess, because your sister, adopts the name. So, but it is a letter notifying you that your father was assassinated in his cell. There is a collection of reports letting you know that it appears as though a figure carrying a rather large axe, donned in long black robes and a white mask, seemed to have appeared in the dungeon and then killed him quite brutally, and managed to slaughter a couple dozen members of the royal guard before fleeing the scene, and that they are still attempting to look for the murderer, if only so that the people of Kyosi can, understand that this was not a political purpose, to which Edward Crocus and your sister do make very clear that they did not have your father assassinated, as they would have much preferred a public execution. Nonetheless, they give their condolences, and then remind you that this doesn't change the deal, and that you're not to interfere with the plans of him or his subordinates.
So out of character, I need my therapy dog right now.
Emotional support puppy.
Yeah. Okay, goodbye.
No. Okay, so now
Anyway.
Volred's going back to the old favorites, Azure Leaf and...
So I would respond back. Thank you for the notification. I'm currently processing the death of my father, though I knew this was something that would have happened eventually. I'm curious of more information on this assassination. That is quite a shock how that played out. Know that I and the rest of my family is striving in full support to uphold our arranged deal and plan no interference on our part. I understand that there is another figure representing me within Kyosa, but if for some reason you require my return to combat any speculation on the idea that you may have been behind the assassination, I am very eager to assist. Please just continue to update me on your findings. If not, I will be enjoying my life in your non-existence. Volred.
being all nice and polite with a thinly veiled fuck you at the end. Alright, that's called politics. Nobility class. How to be a noble. Be an asshole even when you're being kind.
If you can say a bless your heart comment anytime, you do it.
Okay. So, you send that back. The messenger telling you, very well, my lord, I'll see it sent out immediately.
And I will proceed to not tell anyone.
You'll proceed to not proceed to do anything. Okay. Alright, and then Kayla, what were you up to?
At the current moment, nothing. I'm just, I'm currently reading.
Yeah, the default
I'm
Kayla.
currently just waiting right now.
Okay.
Unless we have actual downtime, I'm just waiting right now.
Okay. Yeah. And so you guys are... It's kind of odd. There's a bit of a quiet that comes over the house for a few hours. Like, even up there, you can kind of hear, looks like someone came to the door. Sounds like Volred handled it. He's all's out, dealing, with the girlfriend or whatever. And it's just kind of odd that even here in midday, especially without Salusa here to Volred's family to prepare lunch or anything, the house just kind of is slowly warming up and quiet. Quite unusual. But then there is a bit of a tap at the front door yet again. I know you guys are popular over the last 24 hours.
Yeah. I'll go answer the door.
Tap.
Okay,
Okay, so you're gonna go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I said it, but I was muted.
Yeah, fair enough. So, Caleb, you come down and open the door to find Godwin standing there before you, wearing a kind of a thicker robe that kind of looks more like it's pieces of clothing that have kind of overlapped. So he's kind of dressed in layers. And as he's kind of looking to go, Master Caleb. Apologies for dropping by unannounced, but I had business down the street and figured now would be as good a time as any to drop by, to save some of my arcane energy. I had a proposition from my friend, who is the broker on behalf of that item that we spoke about. I was curious if perhaps I could come in and discuss it with you and your group.
Yes, of course. Everybody else is at the house still, correct? Or
With
did you
the
say everybody was
exception of
gone?
Zal's gone.
Okay, Zal's gone.
I'm scamping.
Gotcha. I'll pull everybody in, and I'll send a message to Zal.
And Izal, at this point in time, Frigga's just kind of showing you everything. Damage is relatively minor, except, some of those damn pipes in the wall, they froze, and so now that everything's kind of starting to melt, she's having some flooding issues, and she's pissed and has already put a couple holes in the wall herself.
Trying to find the pipe, obviously.
Flooding.
Yeah, so, just general that kind of shit. But you being a dwarf, you guys use pipes similar like this to move stuff around, lava and stuff. I mean, lava's not the same as water, but it's functionally the same thing, right? It's just a more viscous liquid.
You don't have to worry about burning yourself as much on the water. Okay. Yeah. I'll help with some maintenance. But by the time I get started on anything, Caelim's gonna sending spell me.
Yeah.
Godwin's here, wanting to discuss the proposition that we were talking about.
Shit.
Do you want to join or not?
I mean, you guys will probably make the better decision, so I'll hang out here for a little while and head back.
I'll tell the group. She left it up to us, so we're good. And what was this news that you were wanting to talk to us about?
Right. Well, I had a nice long conversation back and forth with my friend, who's a broker for magical items. I asked him to intercede on our behalf regarding a client of his who he knew possessed an object that would allow people to move between the planes, and to see what might be required in order to acquire this object from him. we went back and forth with negotiations, but ultimately, I was unable to convince him to sell this object for a coin. So I brought the lockbox here with the coin sum that you provided. However, in this case, I went ahead and swapped out a lot of the coinage for gemstones, as that was much easier to transport across town. Plus, I mean, I'm not. We could, of course, use coinage if that's what you wished, but I thought that might be easier for you. Furthermore, however, when we discussed this further, as I employed that such an object was definitely needed, we were eventually approached. Well, not really approached. My compatriot told me that his client had decided that they were in need of the object to resolve a problem of their own. But after discussing that you would require this, they seemed to change tact, saying that if instead your group would care to do a particularly dangerous job for them to remove an obstacle, that you could have the object as payment for said job. As once the obstacle is removed, they would have no further need for the amulet.
And this particularly dangerous assignment that they have, do you know any more details?
From what my friend was able to tell me regarding his client's predicament, the client appears to be, hounded, I think is a better way of looking at it, by a demon sort of entity. One that he seems to have either fell on bad terms with, or, well, I'm not entirely sure how the demon plays into it, except to say that the demon is quite angry at my friend's client, and, needs the demon to be handled in order to preserve his client's safety. You see, he wished to use the amulet as a sort of escape mechanism, so that should the demon ever find him, he would be able to escape quickly, as he lacks the skill to take on such a powerful entity. By himself.
Do you know the class of demon that he is in deep with?
I don't truly, but from what I understand is that it is indeed one of the more dangerous varieties. My friend's client said he would be willing to aid you, as doesn't necessarily think you need to handle it entirely yourself. He's willing to help. But in either case, it appears to be quite a powerful one indeed. Perhaps even one of the greater sort. I could, of course, try and collect some more information for you, but
I think we definitely need more information. I'm assuming this would be something that we would be willing to take on, but until we know more information about what we'll be facing and where we'll be facing them, that is the key. Because going into something like this blindly would just get us killed.
I understand.
So
I did request a meeting so that we
Okay.
could iron out some more details. However, he informed me that his client is not presently in the city and may take a few days for arrangements to be made for him to arrive. So, in that sense, it may be a little bit of time before we can resolve that particular matter.
that's perfectly fine. And that'll give me time to talk about it with you all. Do you guys have any other questions?
And this demon is supposed to be located in the Court of Winter? Or is this something we're supposed to take care of before we go?
The devil, as I understand, if you're able to take care of it, you will receive an artifact that would allow you to travel between planes, more or less at will. You could use that to both arrive at the Court of Winter, as well as leave whenever it is you choose to. It is quite simply the most cost-effective and the best escape plan of which I can reliably recommend.
I think Yonder was asking, is the demon that we'll be facing in the Court of Winter, or would we be traveling to a different plane to fight this demon?
Well, I'm not certain if you'd have to travel to another plane to fight the demon, but I would know that this relationship to the Court of Winter would simply be to acquire an object you would then use in order to traverse to the plane of Winter.
Okay.
So this would, I guess you would say, is a side quest, but one that still helps your overall goal, if that makes any sense at all.
Yes. So, I definitely look forward to the meeting, as I think that would be the most advantageous way to figure out what our next steps are.
I see.
But I would give it a soft yes at the moment, as we
Very
do
well.
need this item.
In which case, that is good. I will notify my friend, and I will contact you here in a couple days, I suppose, to see if we can figure out the setting up the meeting, and then you can meet the clients and hear what job they have for you.
Thank you very much. We'll look at Brad, see if he has any questions before we send him his way.
No.
But in that case, I look forward to hearing from you in a couple days.
Yes, of course. I suppose while I'm here, is there anything you need from me in the meantime?
Not that I know.
Just stay safe.
Well, I'll certainly endeavor to do that.
I guess lead him out the door.
But I'll lead him out the door, and that's it.
Okay.
I have to be right back.
Uh-oh. Zel's got her reading glasses on. She's like, how the fuck do you put this together?
It is after 10 p.m. A woman must be sensible.
I must look professional.
And that was your choice?
That is a bad choice.
I mean, it looks good on you, though, Daddy.
Come back like hours later. Like, sorry. It's working on some pipes.
What kind of pipes?
Like some indoor plumbing was going on. It was wet everywhere.
Was it in a downstairs area?
I mean, some of it. I mean, there's just a lot of holes that we had to deal with.
Was there a flooded basement?
I don't think she has a basement.
Oh, well.
Hey, what I miss?
Well, we had a meeting. Godwin showed up.
Ooh.
He said that he was able to kind of work out a deal for us to have an item that will allow us to plane shift back and forth between the Feywild and here. Unfortunately, the dealers or the people he was working with have a job for us to take care of first before we can secure the item.
What's the job?
Just as a reminder, that means you got a chest with 12,000 gold that you guys need to re-divvy back or something.
Well, the job is to take care of a devil that might be trailing the person who has the item.
Oh, a devil?
Yeah.
Ooh. So
We gave them a tentative yes, but didn't have everybody in the party present, so we didn't want to immediately agree. But it sounds like it's a lucrative job that will allow us to get the item that we need to do what we need to do.
What did the job entail?
killing a devil?
Ridding this person of the devil. I don't know if that necessarily means killing it or dispatching it to a different plane, getting it sent somewhere else, but the goal is to no longer have the devil be a hindrance to the person anymore.
Eric, what do I know about devils?
They are one of the kinds of fiends. They tend to be lawful evil, meaning they do tend to be powerful, but they're also not idiots. They're more intelligent and are often willing to wheel and deal if necessary. And if the price is right, you could even talk one of them into helping you out if you need it.
So we would gather that this person has a devil going after them because either they did something or someone did something against them. Okay. Sounds pretty straightforward. I mean, I don't know much about devils as far as what it takes to kill them, but hit it hard enough.
Well, before we go for the threat of violence, perhaps maybe we just need to talk to the devil.
All right.
I mean, if we were to approach them from a certain point of view, maybe we could get them to agree to a ceasefire for a short amount enough time for us to collect our reward.
All right. That sounds good to me. I just gotta find the devil. Do we know? Did y'all get information like where it's at or anything?
No,
Okay.
we sent Godwin back to get additional information to help us with understanding exactly what kind of task this will take. So we're going to be waiting for some more information here shortly. Well, a couple of days.
All Yeah, let's go. I'm fine with taking out a devil. As long as it's not gonna be... Well, we need this to do the plane shifty thing, don't we?
We do. Or we can ask Caleb's father if he can spend some time to make an item that'll help us plane shift, but that appeared to be the longer of the two options. So it sounds like this is the quickest way that we could resolve our issue.
Quick question. Do you think it would be prudent to ask his father to start on development of such item in the event that we do need to plane shift in the future?
I thought this item that we were trying to get from Godwin was the one that could be used multiple times, and the one from his father was a one-time use.
Well, fuck me then.
Because they had said it was a scroll, and Caleb, I don't know where he went. They say he can only use one of those, like, once. Unless he knows it, but he's not strong enough to use it that way.
Well, then it seems as though we're going to meet a devil.
And pay him his due? I don't... It is a slogan or something.
It must be a northern slogan.
Do we need a fiddle of gold?
I don't imagine that'd be real heavy.
You play fiddles with your devils?
No, it's but an ancient story. Have you not heard of the devil that went down to Georgia?
I'm not from here.
Well, he was looking for a soul to steal. And the protagonist in the story played a golden fiddle that defeated the devil. I don't even know where Georgia is, though, so this sounds super hella made up.
I think it's near the
It's north of
peninsula.
Florida.
It's by Florida.
Oh, that
Peninsula.
peninsula.
So East
southeast of
Ashgar.
East Ashgar.
Okay. There's another dwarven settlement probably there too.
Yep. Known for its peaches.
The artist?
No, beards. All the dwarves there have peach fuzz.
Well, peach fuzz does not constitute a beard.
No,
Well,
I know. That's why they're shunned by other dwarves.
Dwarven peach fuzz is like really long, so.
Anyways, any other ideas we have?
No. Again, we came up with 4 plans today. We now know what we have to do in order to secure an item. We've been visited by so many people today, I would imagine we don't have much more conversation.
You would think that, but just then. Thorin.
No.
Another knocking at the door.
Yep.
It's just a Girl Scout cookie salesman.
Yep.
I'll only buy if they're Samoas. Or Caramel Delights if you're from North in America.
Who the hell eats that shit?
Samoas? Samoas are great.
Samoas are great. What are you saying?
I don't like
Stop.
coconut.
That's a you problem.
You also just eat chicken fingers and pizza, so.
Not all I eat. That's just what most of what I eat. I also eat corn dogs.
Drag her. Anyways, who's here for me?
No one.
You hear you have a phantom hearing of something at the front door. You go there by instinct. It's no one.
Yeah, it's just like Volres Day has just gotten progressively worse.
Okay.
So,
Well, I'm gonna use the rest of the daylight to go beat up a wooden post out back.
Okay, so there was no knock at the door.
No, there wasn't a knock at the door.
Are you sure?
I don't know. I mean, I could make one up, you know?
Nope.
The large black cloaked individual with a large axe and a white mask. Very polite though. He knocked first.
Why's it got to be white?
Because that's what it looked like.
Because that's how I described his mask.
Black.
So go beat your post if that's what you need to do.
All right. I'll go attack one of the wooden post dummies out back.
Okay. And then you see, like, the eyes of Murder silently judging you on all your things. And every time you kind of waft and shot a little bit, you hear, "Urgh."
Oh, like you don't even have thumbs. Jeez.
Murder cow. I've known chinchillas that have better barbarian skills than you.
At least I can hold a weapon the size I'm supposed to. Not chinchilla barbarian.
Damn. Now there are only two.
Where'd everybody go?
I know. Kelvac abandoned us.
Reality Break 20, they rated us a second ago. They said that up there they're also called Caramel Delights. Because they're from up in the Northeast.
Thank you. Listen, I'm trying to appease to the mass population here. I know there's different terms for Girl Scout cookies, so whatever you call it, just know that that is the superior cookie.
I only like two kinds. Thin Mints and Samoas. That's it.
I mean, I eat trefoils.
Thin Mints are best frozen.
Yeah, I gotta freeze your Thin Mints.
Gotta freeze them. Are the trefoils the like butter cookie?
Yeah, it's the butter shortbread.
Okay, yeah, those are good too. Still inferior to the Samoas, but high quality.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I guess. Whatever.
Thank you for agreeing.
Yeah, in the interest of not starting any arguments.
Eric is well known for his taste in food.
Oh, it
Yes,
wouldn't have been
I
an
know.
argument. It would just be me saying facts.
And my rebuttal, you're wrong. Nanny nanny boo boo, stick your head in doo doo.
Na.
So I guess while we have some downtime and we're at the house, I'm going to go into Salusa's room and just
Which I
take.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm gonna go through whatever objects she left.
Okay. She seems to have packed most of her belongings, but she does have some weapons still, back in there. She's got like a light mace, a couple javelins, a long sword. Just some stuff. You don't really know how it is she got a hold of all the weapons, but she seems to have quite a few of them, and they're just kind of stored away in the closet.
Would any of those be of actual interest to me?
I mean, the longsword's kind of basic, and the light mace is kind of like, oh my god, so heavy, and the javelins are like giant arrows, so that kind of looks cool, but they take more effort to use accurately than your bow. You also have to carry them around, so they're like worse.
Yeah, I guess that's going to be a no for me.
Okay. Well, I did supposed to have a visit from Caleb, but he's not here, so.
There was someone else supposed to come. He's
Oh,
back.
Caleb is here!
Caleb is knocking the door.
Caleb has joined the game. The DM's minions grow stronger.
They've always been stronger.
Yeah,
He was there for
harder,
5
better,
minutes
faster,
this whole
stronger.
time and just
And
wasn't
just
saying anything.
forgot to open himself up. His camera.
Phrasing.
Yeah, I have to correct it. Yes. Then towards mid-afternoon, there is another knock at the door. At this time, let's see. So knock at the door. Who's answering it at this time?
I'm out back.
I'll answer it.
Okay.
Gets excited.
Volred, you begrudgingly open the door again.
Look, I used to have people
find
for this.
3 individuals in long, kind of dark purple robes. One in the middle has these kind of glowing eyes that seem to just have this energy which just kind of pulls around them. And he's flanked by 2 individuals dressed in slightly less ornate robes, but seem to have some kind of magical-looking tattooing shit on their body.
Can I tell, like, what race they are?
They appear to be human. Similar to Calum, you would guess, in appearance.
Okay, so I'm gonna say in Sylvan, hello, how are you today?
Hey, of course.
The one on the front kind of raises an eyebrow and replies in Sylvan, "Are you Master Calum?"
I will switch to common. Who is Calum?
The figure just kind of glances you over. I have been told by a reliable source that there is a caster here who is capable of using magic of the 5th circle and is yet unregistered.
That's interesting. What sort of source would tell you that?
You know, I am a very busy man, and I have tracked all the way here from the Lyceum Arcana. If you happen to know of Mr. Calum and he is present, I suggest you find him. Otherwise, this could be very bad for you and your compatriots.
Give me one moment.
Very well.
And I turn around and I kind of like hit the door with my hip. Kind of that fat ass to like slam it.
Back from vacation.
And I will go and find Calum.
Up in his room, as usual.
So I'll just walk in. I'm not even going to knock.
Doors
I mean,
unlocked.
The guy only has a bed and a desk, so not a whole lot of furniture.
I'll just walk in, and without even waiting for him to react to my sudden entry, Calum, there are members of the Lyceum here to see you. They say you're unregistered for the 5th level of, I don't know, your circle thing, whatever that means. And they promised me trouble if I did not explicitly obtain you to speak with them.
All right.
How would you like to handle this?
Well, first of all, I'm surprised that you didn't just go with the trouble part. Anyways.
Well, my backup plan is to re-engage with them and tell them that I am just but a visitor here, and there are many people who come and go from this household, and I am but an ignorant fool.
That they might actually.
I could always tell them to come within a day or two and ask for Mistress Azal, who would have a better understanding of the inhabitants of this abode.
I can go talk.
Great. I will see myself to my room. Yell loudly if you need help.
Will do.
And as he goes outside, even though I said I was going to go to my room, I'm going to be a sneaky bitch who lives for the drama and be in the living room with kind of like my ear up to the window.
See, this guy sneaks.
Especially when he doesn't need to.
Very well. Okay, so, Calum, you descend the staircase down into the living room. and kind of open up the front door to find, as Volred had stated, there are 3 members of the Lyceum Arcana. As far as you can tell, the man in the middle, from what you're able to determine based on what Master Valerian had told you, this individual does not appear to have yet reached the title Archmagus, but is perhaps somewhere in the upper, like, Magistratus type level, and he appears to be flanked by Magi. Individuals whose level are reasonably similar to your own.
So 7th level caster followed by 2/5.
Yeah, it's from what you can gather based on the outfits that they're wearing, and the relative, amount of magic that they're allowing to show in their eyes. As you come, to the front door, the Magistratus kind of takes a look over you. I presume you are Master Calum.
I am. And you are?
I am an individual representing the Athenium by way of the Lyceum Arcana, and I am here to discuss your current advancement through, well, the system, as it seems you've gained quite a bit of notoriety with certain amounts of spells and your work for the Adventurers Guild. But we were quite puzzled, as it seems you have not yet gone to register your position with the guild. You were aware that all mages of a certain level must be registered.
I know that mages of a certain level do have to register, but I didn't know I had gotten to that point.
Well, I certainly understand. After all, you were merely a hedge, not brought up in the system. My understanding is you're actually from a remote island.
That is correct.
Yes. It's quite unfortunate, so I suppose we will let it slide. After all, it seems that you are not the only one you blamed here. From what we understand, Master Valerian has also not explained certain rules to you. He himself, being a registered magus, should know better than to not pass this information along. Were he still a member of the Lyceum, he would have been punished severely for this, but I suppose we'll just have to let sleeping dogs lie where they may, and deal with the fleas afterwards.
That, and he chose to leave the Lyceum for a reason, as to not get punished for minor infractions.
Well, I was not directly involved in his exile, so I cannot speak specifically as to the circumstances. May we enter? That way we could discuss your situation more deeply.
You may, yes. The other two, no. Or we can talk outside.
Understood. And he just kind of looks off to the other mages, who just kind of break off and just kind of start standing out in your front yard. Kind of very publicly, so much so that, like, some of your neighbors are kind of looking around going, oh my god, what the hell just happened? It's like the SWAT team showing up to someone's house, like, not good. Oh my god, our next door neighbor's a terrorist.
Little do you know.
Anyway, and so then he just kind of gestures to the threshold. May I?
Yes, and then once the other two step away, I will
Fireball.
pull to the side and let him in.
Indeed. He kind of comes in a little bit, kind of glances around the house, and then kind of looks in the living room and finds the nicest looking armchair he can find. and kind of makes his way to kind of seat himself. I don't know if you quite remember, though I have met your compatriots once before. You did a job for me and my master a little while back regarding the Dark Heart, one of our wayward coteries.
Yes, I do remember that.
Indeed. I wanted to first let you know that my mistress and I greatly appreciate the effort that you made on our behalf, and were quite satisfied with you and your compatriots' results. So much so, in fact, that we have been watching the progression of your group with, exceptional clarity, to see if there might be any circumstances that we might be able to utilize your talents for in the future. And we became quite interested when we noticed your comings and goings in the city without using the port. Once we became aware of the fact that it seems you are in possession of magic that allows the use of a teleportation circle, we were eagerly awaiting your arrival to register your newly obtained power. And when that hasn't occurred, we began to be curious if perhaps that is a means that you wish to remain anonymous from the Lyceum. And that, of course, raises other questions as why, of course, a caster of your particular caliber would wish to remain hidden. Obviously, this is entirely speculation, and we didn't wish to make any assumptions on the character of you and your compatriots. That's part of the reason that I am here today as an envoy, just to lay the cards on the table, so to speak. And that way we might come to a sort of understanding to avoid any confusion moving forward.
I would say if I were trying to hide from the Lyceum, I wouldn't have my name on the registry of the Adventurers Guild. I would also not have a very public place that you can see me coming in and out daily. Well, when I'm here.
We had considered that
So-
as well. But I would also point out that given this nation's current standing with the Kingdom of Ashgar, its hostilities, it was nonetheless a curious idea that you and your compatriots managed to come stay here in an Ashgaran enclave, in a house that used to be an embassy of Ashgar, and granted to you, as far as our records can tell, from a diplomat. So, that, of course, raises questions as to your reasoning. Why might perhaps this individual have declined? Did you perhaps do some work for the Empire of Ashgar? Is this perhaps some payment that has yet to be disclosed? You understand how lines of thought such as this could easily give rise to sedition or insurrection, or even the idea that you might be some kind of spy. Of course, as you stated, you and your compatriots have done quite a bit of work and ostensibly have paid taxes and have been on the public registry, so there's no reason for this. It seems to just be an unfortunate series of coincidences that has led us to come to your door today. Yet another reason why we wish to make sure that the stones are left upturned and that there is nothing that might prove a problem for you in the future.
So, what would one have to do to register?
Oh, it's very simple. All you need to do is attend the Lyceum Arcana, collect some information about yourself for our public records, the kinds of magic you're capable of performing, and your relative level. You understand the purpose of this is mostly just so that we're aware of individuals who have the capacity to perform magic that might well, that might prove a real danger or a threat to the general populace. Uh, we certainly wouldn't want anyone who could go around casting meteors moving through the populace without us knowing. That could be quite unfortunate.
That would be very, very problematic. So I
Indeed.
can see that.
And from what I understand, you have so far evaded any sort of scrutiny from that perspective, because you seem to have not learned the fireball spell, which of course is another trigger for registration. But seeing as how
Learning it, not learning it.
well, when someone shows that they have learned the spell, it's a restricted object. When one purchases such a spell or learns it through the Lyceum, you are required to register that that knowledge has been transferred. Again, so that way we can understand if there are anyone who is of particular danger to the populace at large. As far as we know, you have not registered as a caster the fireball spell, nor do we have any evidence that you have utilized such magic in any of your dealings. So, without evidence, we've tried not to make waves, so to speak. Again, here to assuage any. Yeah, you good. Anything that might prove a problem, especially considering your compatriots, for whom you share a dwelling, would likely have any negative consequences or perceptions that fall on you would likely also fall onto them as well.
You can definitely see that. And yes, you are correct. I have no interest in learning that spell, so it has never been something that has interested me. So that hasn't been a worry.
Indeed. I have been a bit curious, however. You see, your growth, as far as we understand, has been quite meteoric, really. From according to our records, when you and your group registered as adventurers but a few months ago, your relative skill level was rated as being significantly less than where you find yourself at now. Now, we do understand that, historically speaking, adventurers seem to advance at a faster rate than traditional students. We have always just chalked this up to experience. But considering your quick rise to this level, there are a bit of unease regarding to how quickly you might rise to the level of a magistratus or perhaps even an archmagus. How quickly you might be willing to do that. And considering there are so very few at that particular level in this kingdom, were you to achieve such heights, you would be among the magical elite. And especially considering you did not grow up in the Lyceum system, we don't really know much anything about you, truly. And that, of course, is problematic. You understand.
I can see that. What can I say? Hedge wizards learn fast.
It's at this
Much
point,
faster than the Lyceum.
it's at this point where I walk up behind Wolred and tap him on the shoulder and just go, "What are you doing?
What?
What are you doing?
Well, what do you mean?
Why are you here perched up against the wall?"
Oh, I'm listening to a conversation that's somewhat boring.
Who's having the conversation?
Oh, Kalen's talking to the Lyceum. They're mad because he hasn't officially registered for his level of power and wizardry or like whatever, and they're worried that if he continues to grow stronger, they won't be able to control him as part of their bureaucratic ways.
Caleb's a strong wizard.
I mean, yeah, but very competent.
But he can't even throw a fireball.
Okay, but so I met Caleb way earlier than you, right?
Mm-hmm.
So from where he was then to where he is now has been a mere months. And his abilities have grown over the time. And you know what? I'm impressed.
Okay, but this Lyceum group is worried about him?
So the Lyceum is... Do you know about the Lyceum?
I know you guys talk ill of them all the time.
Yeah, so the Lyceum is basically kind of like a governmenty-ish affiliated group of magical people. So in a way, they're similar to what Master Falerion does in terms of cultivating magical assets, in terms of discovering talent and preparing those people to learn and grow. But the Lyceum is very, like I said, kind of government regulated, and there's a lot of bureaucracy and politics and shady decisions made by them. They're the kind of people that will steal children in order to brainwash and teach them just to corroborate the whatever planning their organization has.
So they're like the cult plus.
Yes.
And they're in our house?
No, they're outside.
Oh. And you're just listening to scoot over.
Well, Caleb and Valen are...
Me and the guy are outside the living room. The other two are outside.
Either way, scoot over.
Oh, I guess, to be fair, if they came inside, I relocated somewhere out of sight.
Hey, who these two guys out front?
Okay, I had to roll a stealth for that. You're gonna have to...
I want to walk around the house, just kind of hang out with the neighbors. What are y'all staring at? Who the fuck are they?
It's like, hey, there's a couple of weird rogue freaks in our front yard.
Thanks, Cindy. I'll talk to the gardener.
No, so, yeah, the magistratus is just listening around. Very interesting home you have here, Master Caleb.
Thank you. I like to call it home.
Well, now, as for how we proceed, we have a couple options. I think naturally one option that we particularly like is if you might be willing to formally join the Lyceum Arcana as a member. Obviously, you would be required to contribute either in the way of membership dues or magical knowledge that could be utilized for the group. The choice there is yours. But we could offer you a variety of special benefits for you and your compatriots. As I understand, you've already done work for the Lyceum in the past, and so you have at least some track record there. Some basic background checks and documentation have been performed. At least some from most of your members. There are a couple new ones to your group since you've last done work for us, if I recall. But assuming that works, then we could have you there, you could have access to some of the Lyceum's resources, and if I'm just going to put all the cards on the table here, it will be beneficial to you, if for any other reason than to come out in the open a little bit more and demonstrate to your fellow Arcanists that you are of no real threat to the kingdom. And in fact, you could begin to build goodwill with the nation and its rulers through your interaction. Of course, the Lyceum would also gain the benefit of your party's exceptional talents.
Caleb's gay.
Maybe.
Technically, he's bi.
I believe that is
Ooh.
canon, too.
Yes, I have stated that before.
He has a
Yes.
cannon?
Yes.
He's a packer.
Flammenwolfer.
What the fuck?
Stole it, borrowed a prototype from Gander. Except this one looks like a giant chicken. It goes. Oh, that would be pretty fun, though. An army of laser vomiting robot chickens.
There's a show for that.
I know. I'm just sitting here thinking I may have to put that in my list of stuff that I should include next campaign. An army of chickens.
Well,
Inverse.
it's interesting, but this sounds like a really bad deal for Caleb.
In the middle of him talking, Caleb would be shaking his head. Unfortunately, that is not something I can do. As
I'm sorry to hear that.
my previous experiences with the Lyceum have soured my taste.
Well, I'm not entirely certain what your previous experiences are. But please understand that a Lyceum, each branch is its own affiliated entity. So if you've had an issue with a particular branch, well, that wouldn't... I suppose you could say the managerial staff is not the same. In the same way that no two taverns are alike.
And I understand that. But if the Lyceum as a whole doesn't hold each other accountable, who fixes y'all's problems or y'all's corruption?
Ah, yes. Well, I can certainly appreciate your standpoint there. As the Lyceums, while overseen by the Athenium, are separate entities there, to speak nothing of coteries that might reside within. If that is how you feel, then perhaps we could meet somewhere in the middle. If you're interested primarily in accountability, then we could certainly move forward in that regard. You and your compatriots could take up official positions, perhaps as inspectors of a sort, and work primarily for the purpose of maintaining neutral third-party oversight to some of the Lyceums and handling issues where necessary, especially considering there is the occasional rogue wizard, a malfeasant who flaunts and violates our laws and have to be put down. You yourself are well aware, you and your group put one such coterie down. Perhaps more work of that variety could be done. In that case, you could still remain a member of the Athenium, if not the Lyceum specifically. We could achieve the same amount of work, and you could improve the system of accountability. In that case, I consider it a win-win-win. All of this to say, we are quite interested. We are willing to work with you. As I said, from your perspective, you want to make sure that there is accountability and respect, and that you're not contributing to a shady organization. We understand that. We don't wish to have our reputations tarnished either. And from our perspective, we would like to... Well, we would like you to help us, but we would also like to help you help us, and in that process, help you in the process. So, to that end, I'm sure there is some sort of an agreement that we can work in that we find mutually beneficial, and provided you and your group are willing to work more closely to the Athenium or an individual Lyceum, then I see no reason why we can't accommodate both of our goals.
That is definitely something I will think about. What makes you think that I am trustworthy enough to be such a force in your organization to beat out that type of corruption?
Well, if I can speak plainly, one reason is you and your compatriots have proven quite capable of dealing with even particularly dangerous casters and organizations, which means we can, at the very least, be confident in your group's abilities. We also believe that you will continue to grow, and we want to make sure that our relationship doesn't turn sour. That is beneficial for both of us, of course, as we would certainly not want to send out any legionnaires or rune knights to do something because of a simple misunderstanding. The more we know about each other, the more we can build a buffer before anything gets too bad in that event. And secondarily, you are also affiliated with Master Valerian. And while it is true that Master Valerian and the Athenium do not really see eye to eye in many of their practices, Valerian Leoden is not, and has never been, a vocal seditionist who seeks to bring down the Empire. It's simply a disagreement of sorts. And so we can assume there that you're not affiliated with any sort of radical elements. That and the fact you clearly possess skill, and from what we can tell, you and your compatriots have always attempted, at the very least, to be on amicable terms with the Lyceums and the Athenium. You've not openly flaunted our laws, and have taken steps to be productive citizens of this empire. And you haven't made any threats or anything of that nature. So it seems as though your threat level is relatively minor as it stands. You may have done this as a precautionary measure, but I can tell, well, I can say that your efforts to remain civil have been noticed and appreciated.
This has given me a lot to think about.
Of course. And again, if you'd like to perhaps visit the Athenium to get a better understanding of what we might be able to offer, we could certainly do that. I could perhaps even interest you in meeting my direct superior, a position that very few would note, as I'm sure Lady Vanestra would be quite interested in meeting your group. And of course, we could bring your compatriots. From what I understand, most of them don't have the ability to wield magic of any significant skill. But that doesn't mean that we will bar them from the facility. We could give them provisional access to certain areas and see that they too can benefit from what the Athenium has to offer.
I appreciate you extending that offer. I will think about it, and if I choose not to be affiliated in any capacity with the Lyceum, What is the third option?
Well, that would be quite unfortunate. I suppose in that instance, I would have to caution you to be especially careful that you continue to comport yourself in a non-threatening manner. It also would not be a horrible idea to occasionally seek out employment with the Lyceum. That way, at the very least, you can continue to demonstrate that you are at least a team player and that you are not hostile, even if you don't want a more permanent engagement. That will at least manage to keep the worst of the how shall I say, it should keep the enmity at a reasonable level.
That is something for me to think about.
It would appear you need to discuss this over with your friends, so I'll depart, and they can join you, and you can let me know. I would, of course, understand if it took you a couple days to really mull this over, but I would caution you from waiting longer than that. Even if you're still not 100% certain, at least touching base and letting us know where you stand would be beneficial. That way we can discuss next steps. I wouldn't recommend ghosting us.
All right. I will definitely let you know.
Good.
If there's nothing else,
And
I'll stand up and walk up.
yeah, he goes to kind of reach out and kind of shake your hand. Well, if you do require anything of me in the future, you can always look for me at the Athenium. If anyone asks, my full name is Valen Ashcloak. I serve under Venestra Ilzarael.
Do I recognize that name?
Roll me a history check.
Hey, I'm good. 14. 8 plus
14.
Wait.
You don't explicitly remember that full name. However, and I will tell you this only because her name actually did come up at some point in the past with a conversation with Valerian, where he specifically mentioned a powerful necromancer by the name of Venestra, though he didn't mention a last name, who is a real viperous bitch and is really not someone you should ever get involved with.
That one.
Maybe it's the same person, but you can tell that he knew this person a lot and did not care for her. And warned you not to get involved with her. And I believe, if I recall correctly, he said that in that drunken stupor where you guys sat around and drank whiskey forever.
Yeah.
And you asked him about his time with the Lyceum, and her name came up. If I recall that situation.
I don't have
If
a
I
problem
recall,
with
he was also wearing the
necromancers.
honey yellow doublet in that episode.
Alright. So as soon as he leaves, I'll give it like 2 or 3 seconds. Alright, Red, come on out.
What?
I knew you couldn't resist listening.
You always have conversations in the staircase. Always.
Oh, that explains it.
Well, you were talking in public. What would you like me to do?
Hide your sense better. I walk around the corner.
Did not know you were there. I assumed Red was there. Had no clue.
I have such a commanding presence, it's only accurate that Yandere would follow me.
Well, I actually snuck up on you and asked you what you were doing. Didn't necessarily follow you.
What an interesting interpretation. So, Caleb, what are you going to do?
I'm going to wait a couple days, talk to Mr. Valerian about it, and very politely tell him to fuck off.
Why do you have to politely tell him to fuck off? He came to your home and asked you to do something for them. Well, it's a she, right? Wasn't that? Oh, that's the master. That's the person that he wants Caleb to meet.
Yes.
The girl. Okay. Well, he asked you to do something for him, which was a very one-sided deal. He presented it as if like, oh, you will get benefits and things, but every time he mentioned something about benefits, he always mentioned you doing additional work or taking care of other spellcasters or doing another job or keeping track of your magical abilities or tracking just any of your capabilities in general.
Yes.
They should really send a better negotiator.
Regardless of who they would have sent, they wouldn't have given me anything. They generally like to use carrots that are rotten to the core.
How about you ignore them and just disappear for a while?
Well, that's what we plan on doing anyway, correct?
My issue with disappearing is if we piss off the Lyceum, look what happened to Milo's family. And I look to Red.
Milo.
Milton?
Milton!
Yes, Milton.
Milton.
They killed
Milo.
his mother.
Milo, he is a child that he's one of the last that I recruited to come visit Master Flair.
So Yandere,
And-
we remember him. Sorry.
And when he was rejected by the Lyceum, I went to go talk to him and found that he has very high latent magical capabilities. And I believe once they saw that I was interested, they sent somebody to kidnap him. And they killed his mother.
Yes, Yandere. You know how I just told you how they like to kidnap? That's what I was referring to.
So I fear if we do not at least play ball, we could have a much broader problem than just thinly veiled threats.
The only family that they could threaten to kill would be Vorad's, wouldn't it?
Yes, but given the fact that we do not know all the information that they know, and if we piss off the Lyceum, that could very much risk Master Valerian's spot in the city, as well as the dozens of students that he has staying.
Well, if I heard correctly, Master Valerian is not a part of the Lyceum and he found a way out at some point or another. He's registered, but not working with them. Is there not any way that you can utilize that same method?
Yes, and that's what I was talking about, the third option of being registered but not working with them, which is why I'm going to kindly tell them to fuck off, rather
Right.
than the more extreme methods.
So, they did say there's a few days to think this through. Is there perhaps a way to pit the Lyceum up against the Dark Hunt? It could be a distraction as we go to the Fae.
Assuming you didn't kill all the Dark Hunt.
Just
Well, given
Also, I was just going to say right quick, Callum, as kind of a point of order. You would know, because I think it's come up before, part of the reason why Falerion was allowed to leave the way he was is because he was an Adeptus, a really high-ranking member. So part of it is there aren't a whole lot of people who have the power to fuck with him, and part of it is also that he still has a lot of friends in the Athenium.
Yeah.
So another way of saying is Falerium was a known quantity. You have to you, as people who don't have a real relationship with the Lyceum, do need to give more fucks than Falerion did,
yes,
as you don't have a bunch of goodwill to barter against,
yes,
if that makes sense.
Caleb, from a point of view of understanding how power dynamics are within a structure, I do believe we need to somewhat play ball with them.
yeah.
And we can discuss that, whatever it means.
Would you like me to impolitely tell them to fuck off? I have no ties to this plane. Besides you, really.
As much as I would appreciate that, I would rather be the one to tell them that I'm not going to join.
If Azal was here, she would tell him to fuck off. Without
Yeah.
hesitation.
And that would be somebody else fighting my back.
So you're a powerful wizard?
In comparison to others, yes.
And you don't know how to use Fireball?
I choose not to.
Why not?
Because I feel that spell is unnecessarily destructive with no finesse.
So you're a wizard who doesn't like to destroy things.
Not as much as most. That is correct.
What do you like to do? Successfully.
Quickly.
I like to create things. I like to solve puzzles with magic. And that's why a lot of what I know is utilitarian based. Being able to manipulate things in my favor. I don't like to just blindly destroy things with the fireball spell.
Interesting. Well, I knew you had power. I just have never seen you take a destructive approach towards anything.
I very seldomly do. I do have destructive spells, but I will only use them if I feel I need to.
Good. Fireball is a very useful spell, though. I just want to throw that out there.
I agree. It is very useful.
Especially when we go to the Court of Winter in know we don't need to use a lot of fire spells because they'll track us, but like that might be something to keep in mind.
I also have the ability to change the nature of spells. And I will hold out my hand as though I'm casting. I forget the name of the spell.
Vitriolic sphere?
Yes, vitriolic sphere. And you'll see like the poison, and
Acid.
I will change it acid, and I'll change it to fire, and then I'll change it back to ice, and then I'll close it. So, just because I don't know fireball doesn't mean I can't cause destruction.
Interesting. I'll keep that in mind.
And then Caleb will probably go back to his room until Izal comes back, and I will inform her of the conversation as well.
Hours later.
Yeah. Not even the same day.
What the fuck did I miss?
All
A
day.
lot of conversations.
He's all been sitting there going, I should have picked mending. I should have picked mending. I should have picked mending.
But yeah, that'll end whatever Caleb's doing. Unless somebody else wants to talk to him about it.
Nah, it's 11. I'll be pissed off next week.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yep. You guys kind of talk a little bit in the late afternoon, evening regarding Caleb's conversation and all of the craziness that goes in that, trying to formulate what your potential next steps are. But we're going to go ahead and close out for tonight, and then we will, I guess, figure out later next week on Tuesday, 7 p.m. Central, here, to figure out what that is. But if I'm not mistaken, this Thursday, we have the returning of some special programming.
That's right. It's the first Thursday of the month. That means it's adjacent with Jace time. I don't know who's going to be on it because it depends on your guys' schedule, but we'll do the questions of all things about the campaign or anything D&D or campaign related on how to start a game and how to run it. But this Thursday it's 8 o'clock Central, and just come in, ask all the questions you want, ask questions about how Eric goes about his day. I didn't know. So just
Yeah.
hang out and get notified.
I mean, but like we've got lots of good shit. I mean, because Yandre's got all the shit going on with the Feywild. Volred's family situation. Caleb's he's learned some shit, and now he might be in some shit. And then I'm just always fun to have on. Yeah.
Debatable.
So we'll see you
No,
this
that's not
Thursday.
debatable.
This
Not at all.
Thursday, 8 p.m. Central for an hour-long show.
What kind of
Adjacent
creamer
with
do I
Jace.
use in my coffee? I don't drink coffee.
that's
I drink an absurd amount of Dr. Pepper.
That sounds gross. Ask any questions
Hey,
anybody
we're in
think about.
Texas,
We'll
man.
see you guys on Thursday, and then we'll see you
Goodbye.
next Tuesday. Good night, everyone. Farewell.
Yeah, and don't forget to turn on notifications on the Twitch thing. That way you know whenever we go live.
Bye.
In case you forget.
Good night,
Goodbye.
everyone.
Bye.